네, 지금
We will soon begin today's program with a keynote session. I would like to invite all the participants to come inside and take your seats so that we can begin. Thank you.
바깥에 계신 분들
I would like to ask for your cooperation. We will begin at 10 sharp. Before we begin, I would like to ask for your understanding. The president of the Academic Society of Central Asian Studies will deliver a very short and sweet welcoming remarks. And after his remarks, we will begin today's program with a keynote lecture to be delivered by Professor Kang In-wook of Kyunghee University titled Symbols and Power in the Early Seoul Empire. I think he is such a well-known name among Central Asian studies, those who study Central Asia. So I know you are eager to listen to his presentation as early as possible. So without further ado, let us invite the president of the Academic Society for Central Asian Studies. Let me introduce myself. I'm Kim Jae-yoon. I am currently serving as a professor at Yeongnam University. So let me invite our president. Good morning, distinguished guests. I'm Seol Bae-hwan, the president of the Academic Society for Central Asian Studies. We have such a beautiful autumn day. I would like to thank each and every one of you for traveling such a distance to be with us today. And I also want to thank all the scholars and researchers for taking their time despite busy schedules. We are celebrating the 10th anniversary of ACC. So on the occasion of this 10th anniversary, we are hosting this 2025 ACC International Academic Symposium. And I'm very honored and privileged to be part of this academic symposium as a co-organizer along with the National Asian Cultural Center, Seoul Museum of History, and UNESCO IC CAP. And I hope you have a memorable time today. Thank you very much. Then without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Kang In-wook from Kyunghee University for his keynote lecture. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 여러분
Good morning.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good morning. As was just introduced, I am from Kyunghee University Department of History, and my name is In-wook Kang. I'll be making the keynote speech today. My topic is around the Seungnu Empire. So they titled it keynote speech, but I think this is more of a sharing of the recent studies that I've been engaged in. So how are we supposed to understand the Seungnu Empire and then the northern polities that were created in the early days? So first, when we say Seungnu, there was a book published recently by the former president of the Academic Society of Central Asia, but I think there are various different images. So the popular understanding is the image of these foreign enemies, but recently, although they were perceived to be far not related with Korea, we are seeing improvement in the studies of the Seungno empires led by the Central Asia and others. And I've been working together with this society, and I think I did contribute a little bit to the rising trend of the study of the Seungnu. Then what role and value does Xingnu play in the history of East Asia? That is my question and my topic of interest. As you know very well, this is the formation of the Xingnu Empire. And if I do dare say so, if you ask 100 scholars, I think you will get 100 different answers because they all have different understanding about the Xingnu's formation process. Because the scholars, although they use the term Xingnu, may be talking about different entities. So starting from the various across the various dynasties of the Chinese history, there were different tribes and different polities, and you can call all of them ancestors of Xingnu. So in the past, there were Chinese scholars who talked about the pre-Xingnu tribe, but they collectively called all of them together as Xingnu. So that caused a little bit of confusion. But in general, lately, the Skitai era dynasty, so that will be 4 BCE or around the Bronze era. So that group is probably not related to Xingnu, is the ruling and predominant view. And so they seem to have appeared starting from the 4th century BCE, who originated from the northern part. So it's not one homogeneous group, but it was a number of different heterogeneous groups that were unified together. But according to historical records, we can date the beginning of the Xingnu Empire back to 4th BCE. And the strongest period of Xingnu is between 4th to the 3rd centuries of BCE, but all of the documented records are from 1st century BCE. And all of the tombs that were excavated, those were date around 150 BCE or the 1st century BCE, but that is right before the disappearance of the Xingnu Empire. Then, do we not have any documents to record about the 200 years of the peak era of Xingnu Empire? And this leads to the question of how were they able to develop into such large empire? But we did not have any research in this area, but recently we are seeing some records that are related to the peak days of the Xingnu Empire. And technically, there was disappearance of the Xingnu Empire, and they do seem to have made their way to a certain part of Central Asia. So the East Asian history ends when the Han Dynasty destroyed the Xingnu group, but now we see the identity spreading across Eurasia after the empire itself. And so there are self-claimed descendants of Xingnu, as you can see from here. The Eftal from Uzbekistan argue that there are white Xingnus, Caucasian Xingnus, and Turks and northern India, and sometimes the Shilla kingdom, the Kim dynasty, claim themselves to be the descendants of Xingnu. So we originally thought Xingnu to be barbarian intruders, but I think our perspective on Xingnu is very diverse, as you can tell. Then, at this stage, that's up to 1000 BCE. So back then, Xingnu were not barbarian intruders. They were more of a role model for that area. So if you look at the formation of Xingnu, it deserves a revisiting because it is related to the steppe history of Central Asia, and it gives us a new look into its neighbor countries. So this is a schematics about how there was multi-layer process that led to the formation of the Xingnu state. And all of these factors are being identified based on archaeological records. But the relationship with the Chinese groups is revealed based on the historical data. And so archaeology and history are interacting with each other. But the Shiji and archaeology records, they sometimes do not match. There's a discrepancy. And so the history-focused Shungno studies is limited to its relationship with the Chinese groups. However, if you take an archaeological approach, it looks at Shungno from the northern Asia and around the surrounding area. And the Shungno Empire and the Siberia region lacks any document. And there was a civilization called Pazyryk, and for about 300 years, between the 3rd century to 100 BCE, that's when there was lack of data. So we're not able to elucidate the formation process of the Shingno process as much as we would like to. The clicker is not moving. Now it's working. And there were 2 recent archaeological discoveries made, and they were very interesting. There is the first site, Karganin Durvolgin, excavated by Eider Kangai, and this is a remains of a castle or palace, and we found a large number of the inscripted tiles, and it dates back to quite a long time. So they were using a Chinese script, and we thought that Mongolia was vacant at that time, but Shungno was building these kind of architectural structures very early. And I won't go into details today, but there is a second site, Chikherti, was jointly excavated by China and Korea, and we found 2 4-wheeled chariots interred, and the tomb dates back to the 3rd century BCE. And the chariot that was excavated from this tomb is not Chinese origin. It is related closely to the Pazyryk civilization. So starting from the 4th century BCE, there was a new civilization that spread to Mongolia and the northern areas, and that coincides with the origin of the formation of the Shungno Empire. And I think if I have an opportunity, I would like to study the Pazyryk culture next. So what do I have to press to advance the slides?
이게 안 돼요. 예. 자. 예, 오른쪽 해도 안 되는데요.
It's still not working. So next slide, please. So this is the location of the Harganin Durvurjin site. And about 550-meter tall outer wall was discovered, and the inner wall is about 250 meters tall. And one side there is a reservoir, and it wasn't recently made, but it appears to have been in existence around the time of the Shungno Empire. And there is a son of Chanu. May he live eternally as heaven itself. That was inscribed in the tiles that were excavated from this tomb. And there were quite a large number of these tiles. And it so happens that this was during the COVID-19 pandemic era. And next slide, please. So it was during the COVID-19 pandemic that this tomb was excavated. So right after the end of COVID-19, I went to the site, and some of the tomb had been already excavated. And the Chinese scholars claim this is a dragon palace or Longcheng, a place for gathering of Shungno, but I have a slightly different idea. So this is a close-up image. We have 4 major mounds, and this is the body of water probably used to host and provide water to the large gatherings of people. And now we have suspended the excavation, and we are trying to create this into a historical relic. Next slide, please. These are the tiles excavated from the Karganin Durvolgin site. We only have the summary report out yet. We're waiting for the full report, but these tiles have already been displayed, and we can use them as resources for our report and research. So most of the script are similar, but they have slightly different styles and forms. So the same characters were transformed in style depending on the era, but we didn't find any other style of script. And during the 1940s, there was a very, I think, interesting, intriguing finding in southern Siberia. There was the discovery of the ruins of a palace site in Abakan in Tashiba. So this was discovered during World War II. And they also found this kind of handle and the roof tiles. And here, the roof tile also had the inscription of a very long phrase with a lot of different characters. So Chinese scholars debated about who this is, and it appears to be they presumed this to be a palace site of a former general, but this was very Chinese style roof tile inscriptions, and they were wondering what this was. But I think the excavation or discovery of Karganin clarified this issue because there is no mention of the title Shanu, although they mention Xingnu. So what this means is that with the exchange of the Chinese group, Chanyu was monopolized by the noble lineage around the Arhan area, and the surrounding group was not allowed to use Chanyu. So even in the Shungno Empire, we saw the concentration of power. Here, I think those specializing in the roof tiles of Han Dynasty will probably know that the inscripted tiles of the Chinese origin do not have so many characters, 4 or 5, and also it's written from right to left. But here in this Xingnu tile, it has 10 or 11 characters. And if you analyze the Chinese tiles, they are mostly 2 characters or 4, and I don't think there's anything that goes beyond 9 characters. So Chinese do not use large number of characters in their tile, but the tile from Tashiba is 10, the one from the Durvojin is 11. So what this means is that they were not completely sinicized. They did not adopt the Chinese style as is, but they intentionally added their own style. And this is how you manufacture or trim the tiles. You see that the tile ends have been cut at the 90-degree angle, and this is discovered only before the reign of Han Dynasty. So what this means is that Karganin Durvalin dates to second or first century BC. That is debatable, but this kind of tile inscription existed. Was a tradition that existed that predating that period. So what is interesting here is that these tiles related to Shungno have also been discovered in the South Shungno. So Chanyu and the Emperor of Heaven. So the southern Shungno used 4 characters in their tiles, and then they didn't use the tiles on their roofs, but they placed them on the top of the tombs. And so they are using this as a propaganda to promote themselves as Shungno origin. But they only used 4 characters. But in the case of Karganin Durvolin, they have a very unique design using their original style. So I think the Shungno's tile manufacturing and inscription were highly politically motivated. For example, when there were Chinese envoy visited that part of the area, they were able to tell right away that the inscription is different from the Chinese style because it is 11 characters or so. And so this means that the Shungno Empire had been engaged in political exchange with China since the 2nd century BCE.
자,
So you can see the Shungno's Chinese-style architecture found and discovered in Avakan that was restored a long time ago. And here you can see how roof tiles were formulated. So when the Chinese envoys came to Shungno area with this different types of roof tiles, you can clearly express your political independence by using different types of roof tiles. So here you can see they have a very specific dedicated space for the diplomacy in relation to China. And here you can see the spaces of production and coexistence. Here, a lesser known but highly significant aspect of Shungno society. So they created this place where the nomad people as well as the urban life can commingle and coexist. The case in point is floor heating system Ondo. As if you are building a completely new town, a new city was built from scratch. And this is quite similar to the previous slide, a reconstruction of Ono settlement from the fortress of Shungno. Here, you can see there is a great harmony and a balance between the nomad people as well as the regional interconnectedness. They were developing this type of harmonious system from 4th century BC. There was no absent or no vacuum period. And the Shunno people, they even established their own political culture. They imitated the seal of China. It looks very much like a seal, but the inscriptions inside the seal actually contains the mark of animals they raised, the livestock. So these are not Chinese characters. So they have established their own dual system of identification and authority. And in Harganin Druburjin, the same characters and the same patterns were discovered, hundreds of different pieces. So the production of roof tiles with Shungno-controlled territories, particularly the Kargatin fortress. In the site of the ruins on the wall, the people would come and created the roof tiles all at once at large volume because they were moving around. They could not make it on a regular basis. They even tried to use roof tiles. And this is the imprinted roof tiles from the announcement of the Idar Karkani. And you can see the imprinted roof tiles discovered in the region. This shows us that the artisans had to improvise both those imprinted roof tiles because they could not work on a regular basis. They had to stay that for a short period of time. Then let us turn to the function of sedentary places for nomadic governance. Because the Shungno was a nomad people, they didn't need a roof tiled any roofed house. But in Yongsheng and Longsheng and Shaojing and Lin, they had these congresses. To share with you the conclusion, I see the possibility of Shanu Cheng. And this is the Congress convened in January. It doesn't really make sense to put together this kind of gathering in January, probably because that is the time to greet and meet the envoys from China. And I believe this tradition was created out of the kind of relationship and interaction with China. And as for Dailin and Longsheng, you can see the traditional festivals and nomadic feast in Dailin. And as for Longcheng, that's the ritual site for offering to heaven. This is a traditional knowledge. But as for Shanu Palace, or Chanu Ting, its substance has not been proven. But through Hargani and Prujubojin, we can see this is something that we can use as an evidence to assume the existence of Shanu Cheng. And this is the place where thousands of people were gathered in order to meet the envoys from China.
아까 말했던 것
As I mentioned previously, the reason why they met in January, although it was very harsh and extremely cold, and there is quite a strategic reason why the gathering took place in January, because in January, you have a reduced risk of unrest or military threats. All at the same time, the Chinese envoys paid a visit to the Shangnu in January. That is why such a tradition were established. Then we can see how much the stress was there for the Chinese tribute goods. It's such a great volume of tribute goods were sent to Shungno based on various evidence and archaeological sites. We can see the lacquerware from Noyong. You can see 6 or 7 different layers of artisans who actually produced such lacquerware from China, and some of them aren't from private sectors because the volume required was so huge. Rather than creating all of them, they're using the official artisans. Well, they also used a private artisans in order to meet the demand. And here you can see the specific artisans that were involved. The inscriptions allow us to confirm that the objects were manufactured in Chang'an, the Han capital. And I believe, well, they needed a space to redistribute the tributes. That is why I believe there must have had this Cheng. And here you can see the analogy of Chinese Congress in Kyrgyzstan, Djibouti. And there is a separate place, and these are the sedentary centers. There is a large-scale yurt, and a yurt has wheels. And I believe that must have been exactly the same for this space as well. In other words, the sedentary community and the nomad communities were united at the Shanacheng. And here you can see how Chen leadership and the creation of ceremonial and sedentary centers enabled Shangnu to transform from loosely connected tribes into a fully organized empire. And I believe they must have needed any specific, the reach as well as a space. And Shangnu Chang must be the place for this community. And I believe the true meaning is found here, this dual system of sedentary and ceremonial centers. And here we can clearly reach a conclusion that the Shanacheng has been there for the development of a state nation. And this deserves our attention when it comes to archaeological values. And this is my conclusion. So it was the means for developing the dual system. And so far, the interpretation has been focused on the Chinese Han-led interpretation, and by developing how and discovering how one state nation was built and empire expanded, we can see the historical significance of Kyrgyzstan region and the urban tradition of the Shungnu Empire. And so far, our understanding of the city space is where people are gathered together. But in the steppe, it was not just a space of production, but it was a space where nomadic and Chinese culture met. And I believe this is the true value of Shungno people. In a nutshell, the name of Shangnu, the significance of the Shangnu lies not in where they came from, but in how they integrated diversity. The concept of the son of heaven, Shanu, or the Tengri, or the son of Tengri, that was translated. And they even before the Han Dynasty, they had their own ideology, independent ideology. And as I mentioned, this is the system where the nomad community and the sedentary communities lived together. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you.
네,
Thank you. The symbolism and the space of power in the early Shunu Empire. And it was based on the discovery of the Karganin Derbuljin site. And the inscripted tiles were dated back to before the Han Dynasty. And the Longcheong, or the Dragon Palace, is not actually Longcheong, but it is the Chanyu court. So I believe that this was an area that I've always been interested in, and I think a lot of my questions have been addressed with this presentation. And in the book by Gomulyoko, they talk about the Dragon Palace. And that Dragon Palace was a place of different tribes getting together. And it was difficult to identify the reason for having Chinese characters, but now that we hear this presentation and understand that this is the palace site of Chanyu Court, I think a lot of things make sense. So it was very interesting. Then I would like to open the floor for questions regarding today's keynote speech. We will take just one question before we proceed to the next session. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Jinyal Choi. I am Jinyal Choi. You talked about the son of Chanyu, or the son of heaven and eternal as heaven itself, but they did not mention the name Chanyu. So you talked about that being discovered somewhere in Russia. But I think there is the possibility of being the opposite case. So there is a house made with the roof tiles, and if there's no inscription of Chanyu, the word Chanyu, it could lead to the misunderstanding that Son of Heaven refers to the Chinese emperor. And in Chinese characters, if it says Son of Heaven, it's mostly attributed to the Chinese emperor, not Chanyu. I think the fact that the word Chanyu is missing from those inscriptions makes me wonder whether you can attribute that to the Shungno Empire. Because if it had been Chanyu, there would have been a mention of the title Chanyu somewhere. So this applies to China, but the honorifics is very important in any civilization. And so I don't think they left something that had a lot of room for misinterpretation. And considering that Shungno Empire, Mr. Jin Young Choi, the question is too extensive. So I think the fact that the title Shungno is missing suggests that it was not made by the Shungno people, but they took what the Chinese made and applied it. What's your thought? Well, it was not discovered from China. So this is southern Siberia. And it's important that they had the Chinese characters discovered there. And as for the meaning of Son of Heaven in China, that can be interpreted within the Chinese context. But this Tashiba site is very mysterious because they have very different types of artifacts that are not always Chinese style. And it's not the Shungnu instructing which characters to add, but I think perhaps the only characters that they knew based on their literacy is just the Son of Heaven. Because a lot of the Shungnu objects have similar images matching the title Chanyu. Of course, the meaning of Son of Heaven will be interpreted as Chinese emperor in the Chinese context, but this area, southern Siberia, is not the Chinese context. And so this will be the Chinese characters used in the context of a Russian steppe. But thank you for your comment, and I will take back your feedback. Thank you.
으로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다.
Let us move on to the next session.
네, 안녕.
Good morning. Now This is the Silk Road East part of session 3. I am the moderator, So-young Choi. We have 3 presentations
좀 여섯
and 3 discussants for this session. So we have 6 in total, and that means we have to do a good job in time management. So please keep your presentations brief. So let's invite the first speaker, who is Ms. Seung-yeon Han from Dankook University, Mongolian Studies Institute. She will be talking about Mongolian color symbolism in Nom Chanti Gezer, a linguistic folkloric analysis. Please welcome her with a big hand. Good morning. I'm from Dankook University. My name is Seung-yeon Han. First, I would like to thank Professor Sol Baeyeon for giving me this opportunity to present today. When I was invited to talk today, I thought that rather than making a purely linguistic presentation, I thought I would take an approach that could appeal to the general population, because that is the advice I received. And so I gave it a lot of thought. And so I thought I would make my presentation a little more accessible, something that can explain the Mongolian culture very easily. And so I prepared a short video for my presentation. Could you please play this video? Because this is the humi, which is one of Mongolia's traditional music. I think 1 minute will be helpful if we could hear the music. Oh, we don't have internet connection? Oh, so I guess we can't play. So I just submitted the file, but that's a different story. Anyways,
몽골에 이제 다양한 전통 문화가 있는데
so Mongolia has different, diverse traditional culture. So one of the iconic symbols of Mongolian culture, I would say, is the Mongolia's hum, which is why I prepared this video. I thought I would have access to the internet, but I guess we do not have that connection. It's a shame, but anyway, Mongolia has various traditional cultures. Can you please go to the next slide? So the first thing that comes to mind is the ger, which is the residential structure of the Mongolian people, and the traditional clothing, or the del, and also the Mongolian people give blessings to each other, and that is called kadak, and they will give these ceremonial scarves in religious rituals or during the New Year's. And also camels. Well, horses and cows are very familiar, but I thought the camel would be helpful because we're not really exposed to it. So it's not a real camel, but it's a photo of one. So in the previous slides, those were the themes that occurred to your mind when we say Mongolia's traditional culture. And next will be food. Choiwang, hosho, bans, those are traditional Mongolian food. And they have the religion, which is the Tibetan Buddhism. And Mongolian people are trying to revive their traditional characters, the script, and they are trying to revive it these days. So in this paper, I looked at this oral literature called Nomchiatan Geser, and I tried to identify how color symbolism is embodied or incorporated. There are in total 5 different colors: blue, red, green, yellow, white. And these are the 5 colors of Mongolia usually, but then there is the color black. Sometimes the color black is added to the color scheme. But that reminded me of Korea's obangsek, the five traditional color system. And so I compared the two with photos. Of course, the positions or locations are different, but there does seem to be some similarity between Koreans' perceptions and the Mongolian perception. They don't seem to be too different. Next slide, please. Regarding the color symbolism of Mongolia, you can easily identify these colors in the everyday life of the Mongol people. If you go inside a ger, you will find these dairy product in white that the Mongolian people will eat, and also the dishware, the color of the dishware, or when they handle their horses, their livestock, they have this whip. The color of the whip is also reflected. So the color symbolism is reflected and incorporated into the everyday life objects of the Mongolian people. Next slide, please. So then, so how about the documentations regarding color symbolism observed in daily lives of Mongolian people? So I was looking for the right work, and I found a oral literary work of Mongolia, which is handed down from mouth to mouth, and it better demonstrates the everyday life aspects of the Mongolian people. And in the oral literature works, you will find different seasonal traditions, and we are able to find the unique traditional aspects of the Mongolian people. And the Geser is a representative oral literary work of Mongolia. And unlike other sources written in literary Mongolian, it includes substantial amount of spoken Mongolian. And so it is an important source for observing a modern Mongolian. And it's about 300 years since the collection and publication and study of the Mongolian Gesar. And so we were able to make a lot of significant achievements over time. And regarding the research achievements of Mongolian Geser, there were two countries. So first we have the Gesar series published in Mongolia, and we also have the Gesar series published by China. Most of the research on Mongolian Gesar has been conducted in Mongolia and China. However, in terms of the publication, the published output, China has the largest volume of results. We did have some research conducted in Japan and Korea. And in English-speaking countries, the studies focus on Tibetan Gesar or the Ling Gesar tradition. And the most remarkable achievements recently is the Inner Mongolia Ancient Culture Publishing House version of the Mongolian Gesar in 2016. And if you look at the photo of this edition, this is what they look like. Next slide, please. So these 9 editions or 10 volumes, you can summarize them into this table. And of the 9 editions, I selected the Nomchiatan Gesar edition for linguistic analysis and ethnographic analysis. So that was my research. Next slide, please. Time is running out. The very first, the initial edition of the Mongolian Gesar, there are views that Nomchiatan Gesar might be that earliest edition. And the reason why this is being assumed is because at the appendix text, there is at the end of the manuscript, there is a conversation between the Dalai Lama and Gesar Khan. And based on this, scholar Park In-hum argued that the wife of Ordos, Noble Sogotu Jinno, proposed this translation in the early 17th century. And there was a debate between the Beijing edition and the Nomchiatan edition over which is the earliest. However, There is Damdang Sureng, the Mongolian scholar, and Tanaka Kachiko, Japanese scholar, disagree. They argue that the Beijing edition is the earliest. And as for details, since we don't have a lot of time, I will not be able to go into details. And so for my study, I selected the Nomchiatan Geser edition. And next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. So now let's switch gears and look at the color symbolism observed in Nomchiatan Geser. And so let's take a look at the beginning of the color terminology research. The very first color terminology research dates back to 17th century. Isaac Newton did or wrote a work called Optics. I think that was the beginning of the study of color terminology. That was the beginning in the 17th century. In the 18th century, there was growing philosophical interest, which led to the aesthetic exploration of color terms. In the 19th century, they were focusing more on folkloric and cultural aspects of the color terminologies, and they were able to establish a foundation for independent research. And in the 20th century, linguistic approaches emerged. And there were previous studies, and I'll try to skip over them because I want to get to the main part of my presentation. So can you please skip over the previous slides up to number 3? Yes, starting from white, the color white. So how is white described in Nomchiatan Geser edition? So white fundamentally symbolizes purity and sacredness without any mix of impurities. And so it's closely associated with dairy products or the staple food of Mongolian people or the traditional customs or the Mongolian Lunar New Year. It signifies origin or beginning. It symbolizes victory, glory, heroic power, and authority granted by the heavens. And beyond purity and sacredness, it can represent auspiciousness or good fortune. Next slide, please. So if you look at the photos, white used in dairy products, and also the color of the ger, the living residents of the Mongolian people. And clean cloth, and white horses. So those are the examples of the color white. In addition to white, we have the use of white in the Nomchiatang edition. So there are cases where white appears with the word sky or heaven. And if you look at the white used with heaven or sky, it's accompanied by Arya Almakari Ukin, which is a benevolent divine entity. And second color is blue. Next slide. And in Mongolia, blue symbolizes eternity, goodness, and sacredness. Next slide, please. And in Mongolia, within the Nomchiatan Geser, there is mention of blue dragon, blue horse, and blue elephant. Next slide. Third color is red. In Nomchiatan Geser edition, red is used to express the red color of the face or the cheeks of a young woman or the skin color of Buddha. And also, these are the ritual implements. Red was used in association with those apparatus. Next slide, please. Green. So green. In Nomchiatan Geser, I tried to look for green, but I was not able to find any text related to the color green. And lastly, yellow. And let me jump to the conclusion. And so can you please show me the table in the conclusion part? So white, blue, red, yellow, and black. These are the color symbols used in the Nomchi Katan Geser. And white is associated with purity, goodness, and sacredness. Blue symbolizes eternity, nature, and prosperity. And red, veneration, warmth, and vitality. Whereas yellow was used in associated with authority or nobility or religion. And last but not least, black. It represents meanings of misfortune, enemies, or ugliness. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
네,
Yes, thank you very much for that presentation. You prepared a very good presentation, but we were not able to give you more time. So once again, another big hand for the speaker.
네.
Without further ado, please let us turn to the next presenter. If you have any questions, well, please reach out to the presenter during breaks. Now, I'd like to invite Professor Choi Jin-yeol of Institute of Korean History Research and Gongju National University. Please welcome him with a big hand. The title of his presentation is Multicultural Coexistence of Hu and Han During the 16 Kingdoms Period. Today, I'd like to talk about multicultural coexistence of Hu and Han during the 16 Kingdoms period. I am studying the history of China. Turning to the next slide. The 16 Kingdoms period is not properly understood, not just among scholars but also among the general public. Even in the textbook, there is an expression of 5 Hu and 16 Kingdoms period. Out of the 16 kingdoms, well, 3 countries were established by Han, and Ying was considered to be Shanbei, and 2 nations were built by Chinese. But the country name 5 Hu means the country is established by 5 barbarians. And in the history textbook in the junior high and high school, that's how I learned when I was little. And this is a big misunderstanding. The second part I'd like to highlight here is that in the Northern Kingdom and 16 Kingdoms period, there was a notion and understanding that 16 Kingdom non-Han people became assimilated to Chinese Han culture. I'm not entirely certain, although a famous scholar has argued this very strongly. I'm not sure whether they have thoroughly read and verified this. And some YouTube channels, including Buddha channel and YouTube, as well as the EBS channel, the claim is that there has not been a discovery of Qinshi King's tomb, but according to the Seoul, there was a record that his tomb was discovered. Of course, well, you cannot trust 100% what was claimed by some Chinese people. It is not clearly sure. It is not clear whether actually his tomb was discovered or not, because Emperor Qin's Emperor Qin's tomb has never been discovered, and it is claimed that 16 nations existed all at the same time, but if you look at the prior to that period and then the prior times after that, there was one nation which dominated the entire territory, when there were about another country which dominated after this period. And then there was the former Yang, but after the breakdown of the 16 kingdoms for about 15 or 60 years in the Gamsukseong area, there was a late Yang and a late Qin and several other countries. And there were about 5 nations existed all at the same time. And other than those periods, in the public area, there were only 2 nations. So it's not really the case that 16 kingdoms existed and fought against each other all at the same time. And this is a big understanding we have to break down as well. There's nothing we can do because, according to various history records and the research papers, there is no strong source of information we can refer to. And I think this introduction explains the gist and the overview of my presentation. The idea that during the 16th Kingdoms period, non-Han peoples or 5 barbarians became assimilated into Chinese culture, forming what is sometimes called an infiltration dynasty. And another theory is Qing period historian Zhao Yi discussed this in Ishir Shaiji, John 8, in the section of usurpers and pretenders who possessed literary learning. 20th century scholar Chan In-kei and Tang Changri, leading experts on Weijin and northern southern dynasties as well as Sui Tang history, also supported this view. And this is an excerpt from some historical record. So, another important examples of the 5 rulers' embrace of Chinese culture can be seen in this case of Yao Xing and various other Chinese textbooks in history. Even when he was still the crown prince, he studied finally the spring and autumn annals and the classic of filial piety, never abandoning his studies even during wartime. And the Shanu or emperor, the expressions I do not really find comfortable in using it. Then they had multiple emperors, and Shungno's tradition was kept and continued according to some historical record. Although I do not necessarily agree with if they embraced Han culture, according to several scholars, at least 8 countries or 8 tribes have lost their leaders during some wartime. So even if they embraced the Chinese culture, they would have not been able to continue the Chinese Han culture they accepted. So please refer to my paper. And here I will take a look at the preservation of nomadic culture traditions among the 5 barbarians or Uhu. The number 1 is the most important number. So in China, everything should be, the most important thing should be given number 1. So there would be only 1 emperor, only 1 empress, and only 1 capital. But later it has changed to have multiple capitals and multiple number of emperors. In Japan recently, Prime Minister made a comment on Taiwan, emphasizing number 2 instead of number 1. That means recognizing two Chinas, but generating some diplomatic issues. But anyway, one of the key aspects I'd like to highlight is the continuation of the multiple emperor system. One of the emperors had, or one of the leaders had, four official emperors. According to the record of Shungno, women also played a significant political roles reflecting in ancient gender traditions in which women were active in public life. And during the Shenxi period, consorts Wang and He also joined political decision making. So this nation was known to be a nation of women ruled by a female empress. In former Qing, the ruler Fujian's wife from the Mao clan was skilled in horse riding and archery and even participated in the military activities. Overall, these examples demonstrate women retained a high degree of agency and visibility. And we can clearly see the nomadic features in the funerary culture. And in a tomb discovered in Anyang area, we can see a specific type of coffin. The coffins are trapezoidal in shape, and the former frequently seen in steppe-related burials. The deceased are laid supine, with the body oriented strictly toward the north. Another trait common in the nomadic funerary tradition, the minimal grave goats accompany the bodies, focusing instead on the placement of the skeleton within a tight, elongated pit. The rightmost tomb contains animal bones, which suggests the practice of animal sacrifice, a custom widely attested among pastoral nomads. Therefore, these burials provide archaeological evidence that northern cultural elements possibly linked to Xiongnu or Shanbei groups were present within the broader Anyang region, traditionally known as the heartland of Chinese civilization. The next slide. You can see the adoption of nomadic culture by the Han Chinese. We can see how Han Chinese communities adopted and incorporated various nomadic cultural elements during the 16 Kingdoms period and beyond. The specific example would be the adoption of Hu-style clothing by Han elites and the adoption of the trapezoidal coffin, as well as the adoption of Shanbei-style burial customs from 1st through 3rd century period. The trapezoidal coffin would be frequently found. And on the next slide, here you can see the plan and cross-section of the trapezoidal coffin discovered in the Pingling, Weiyang. The structure is characterized by the narrow entrance passage and the distant trapezoidal outline. And here, in the Qi family tomb, you can see the numbered items correspond to the specific categories of grave goods, and animal bones were also found, which signifies the offering for the dead. The Han Chinese burial traditions were reflected through stone pillow and lacquer fragments. According to the archaeologist of China, it's time to wrap it up. So 4 Shanbei grave goods were found in the Che family tomb, and they have become the most influential family in China. So this illustrates both the structure of the burial chamber and the cultural characteristics reflected in the object. And the mixture of items demonstrate the hybrid cultural identity of the five barbarian period, where steppe traditions and Han customs coexisted in burial practices. During this period, the immigrant groups preserved their own cultural traditions, Hu customs, while also adapting elements of Chinese culture, Sinicization. Likewise, Han Chinese communities selectively adopted aspects of Hu nomadic and steppe culture. This dynamic differs significantly from the older narrative of the 16 Kingdoms period as an era of simple cultural assimilation or an infiltration dynasty model. Instead, it reveals a two-way cultural exchange, not a one-sided absorption. So regions where Han Chinese adopted Hu cultural practices show us that the region stretching from Hedong and Guangzhou northward, including later Zhao and former Yan capitals such as Zhang and Luoyang, located in the Yellow River transportation network, and in North Yan, elite families such as the Murong clan and the powerful Qi clan show clear evidence of adopting nomadic and steppe customs. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for redefining the 16 Kingdoms period. Thank you. We really appreciate your presentation. Let us move on to the third presenter.
So the speaker is Jiho Lee in the doctorate program at Leipzig University in Germany. The title is Iconographic Program of Kizil Cave 114, Relationship to the Non-Donor Images. Please welcome him with a big hand.
저는 독일 라이프치히 대학
Good morning. I am Jiho Lee in the Mongol-Tibet doctorate program at Leipzig University in Germany. It's an honor for me to be standing here before you. I would like to thank the Central Asia Society, ACC, and the Seoul Museum of History for giving me this opportunity to present. I would like to make a presentation on the iconographic program of Kizil Cave 114 and relationship to the non-donor images. I'll try to be brief, and so if you have any questions, please approach me individually as I will be staying till the end of the day. So next slide, please. So this is the research background. Kucha, which flourished around today's Aksu region in the Xinjiang-Uyghur Autonomous Region, was a significant kingdom in the ancient western regions, and as a key hub on the northern route of the Tian Shan Mountains, it served as a center of trade and cultural exchange between east and west. And there are a lot of surviving cave complexes. Among the surviving cave complexes, in Kucha, the Kizil caves constitute the largest group, with as many as 236 numbered caves, and they seem to have formed between 8 and 3rd century BCE. And they have different district units, and the cave 114 is circled in red, and it's inside the valley. And according to Vignato's research, he classified caves 110 to 121 in the Valley District as District 6, suggesting that these have been associated with non-practitioners, bhikkhunis. And here you're looking at the photo taken by the German team in early 20th century regarding number 114 to 118 caves. It's not very accessible. Alberte Grinvedal in early 20th century described that there are 6 monks depicted individually, each about 1.05 meters in height, on the lower frieze of the inner corridor wall. The early scholars classified these figures as monks, but you can see from their robes that some of them are nuns. And this is Monica Zinn's drawing based on the photos taken, and there are some unique features. If you look at general figures, they reveal their right shoulders, but here there is a robe draped over the right shoulder, and this is typical of the Kucha Buddhist art. And I believe that I would like to identify the significance of these figures. And so far, the Kizil studies were focused on the interpretation of the Buddhist art, but when it comes to the non-donor images, it warranted more investigation. And so I was trying to see the religious message the non-donor images is trying to convey from the cave narrative. So Cave 114 is accessible only via internal passage, and it's highly likely that it is related to the non-donors. It is approximately 4.41 meters in width and 4.75 meters in depth, and there is a central pillar in a square shape, and then there is a corridor surrounding that pillar, and there is a barrel vault in the main chamber. And if you look at the lower left hand side, this is 115 cave. That looks like the residential area, and it is connected with a passage, and via this corridor you can enter through steps, and there were internal passages connecting the main chamber with the surrounding areas and niche. So next slide please. So on the ceiling of the main chamber we have the depictions of narrative Jakarta scenes or preaching scenes, and these figures are the Buddhist figures. And also on the side wall of the main chamber you see 3 panels per tier, and then there were in total 12 panels of preaching scenes painted on the side wall. And on both sides of the front wall of the main chamber, you can see that on the right hand side we have the monk, and on the left hand side, although there's no image right now, it used to be a Buddha figure framed by an arched niche. And so we only have the niche. The original icon is gone. We only have the halo, and we're thinking that it must have been a Buddha figure. And on the anterior wall, front wall, we have these images. And going back to the front wall of the main chamber, this is above the entrance. In the upper semicircular area, we have the story of Maitreya, who was born as Brahmin and later becomes a disciple of Sakyamuni. Let's go to the corridors. So moving along the, you can access the rear corridor space. And this is the rear side of the chamber. And here we have the scene of Drona distributing Buddha's relics on the inner wall. And we also have the scenes of the cremation of Buddha's coffin and of the first council on the outer wall. And this is a very important event where the monks got together for prayer. And if you look at the rear specific corridor, you can see the repeated figures. And that represents Buddha's disciple of Mahakassapa.
On the next slide, you can see the both sides of the cave and the interior wall painting. And here you can see the line drawing. And according to this Kizil Cave 114, you can see the figures with elegant drapery and subtle gestures appear along the corridor wall. These images likely formed part of a larger narrative program guiding the viewer's movement toward the main chamber. This image shows a mural fragment from Kizil Cave 13, originally located in the side corridor. The piece is now housed in the museum, Kunst Berlin, and this is also found in another the museum. In the sequence, each figure is depicted with the upper body modestly covered, which is the characteristic way of representing bhikkhus or Buddhist nuns in Kizil Cave paintings. And if you look at the attire, we compare 2 mural examples from Kizil Cave 13 and Kizil Cave 175, bottom row. These paintings help us understand how Kucha visually distinguished monks from nuns. One distinctive feature in Kucha is the exposed shoulder motif. Figures who reveal one shoulder, often the right, are typically identified as bhikkhu, whereas nuns generally appear with their upper bodies more modestly covered. However, as seen here, the situation is not entirely straightforward. Some figures, especially in cave 175, show variations, partially exposed shoulders like garments or drapery that folds in a way that complicates identification. As I mentioned previously, 113 cave, you can get access only through inner channel, so this is more closed space. So this probably is for the insiders only. In the next slide, you can see there were 3 main groups of bhikkhunis. And this is based on the non-census recorded in Kucha in the year 379 CE. All in all, we expect there were about more than 100 bhikkhunis. And they lived according to a strict regulations and strict rules. They had to move their accommodation every 3 months, and especially the wives and the daughters of kings from various countries east of the Pamir Mountains came to Kucha in order to become nuns. This highlights Kucha's regional importance as a religious center that attracted elite women from neighboring politics. And this slide shows a scene from Kizu Cave 114, specifically the right wall of the main chamber. First, register panel 2, and the painting depicts the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's act of offering, followed by the miracle narrative associated with this episode. And on the opposite side of the previous slide, we have the miracle of the Kashyapa hermit. This is a different one from the previous one. So here is a fragmentary yet important scene from Kizu Cave 114 located on the left wall of the main chamber. So we see 2 key narrative units from Kizu Cave 114 arranged side by side. And here we can see how the visual program of Kizu Cave 114 constructs a narrative sequence that moves from Kashyapa to Maitreya, and how this transmission provides the conceptual space for the appearance of the first bhikkhuni, Tehado. Starting from the left, Kashyapa, the rare-coated war, and Kashyapa seated in the mountain on the front wall, and Maitreya receiving a rose on the right main wall panel, and Maitreya again in the front wall niche. And this sequence creates the doctrinal framework for the emergence of Tehado, the first bhikkhuni, who appears in the adjoining scenes. Her presence is not incidental, rather she is integrated into a broader narrative of Dharma transmission, spiritual legitimacy, and the unfolding Buddhist time. So I believe that bhikkhunis are not depicted merely as passive donors or background supporters. Instead, they appear as active participants in 2 key dimensions of a Buddhist practice: the transmission of the Dharma and the realization of the future Buddha land. So to conclude, my study proposes 3 key findings regarding the bhikkhuni donor images in Kizu Cave 114. First, the placement of the bhikkhuni donor figures in the cave is deliberate and conceptually integrated into the cave overall pictorial program. And second, considering the large proportions of the wall paintings were originally glided, it is likely that the Bikuni community responsible for the commissioning this cave possessed substantial financial resources. And so through my study, I would like to offer several key contributions. And the first, it clarifies the distinction between monks and nuns, and it sheds new light on the religious status of women in Central Asian Buddhist art. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time and attention. You can reach out to me in person or you can email me if you have any questions or comment. And you can also visit my academia page. Thank you.
네,
Thank you, Professor Lee, for your presentation. So that was a very interesting study on the iconographic program of Kizil Cave and then the relationship with the non-donor images. So we're going to have the discussion session. We're going to invite Ms. Seung-yeon Han, Mr. Jin-yeol Choi, and Professor Ji-ho Lee. The panelists are Professor Min Sun-shin from the Department of Mongolian Language, Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, Professor Shin Hyo-sung from Hanyang University, and Mr. Seongum Jo from the Korea National University of Arts. And we will hear from each panelist regarding the three presentations in order. So first, that will be Professor Min Sun-shin, who will be discussing with the first presenter. The second, Professor Ho Sung-shim. And third will be Mr. Seongum Jo. So you each have 10 minutes for discussion. We would like to invite the three speakers and three panelists up to the stage.
시대로 앉으시면 돼요. 선생님 아까 그 1번 마이크 주시면 이걸로 사용하시면 될 것 같아요. 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. So I'd like to invite Professor Min Sun-shin to discuss the presentation of Ms. Seung-yeon Han. And in total, the two of you will have about 9 minutes. Please go ahead. I am Min Sun-shin from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, Department of Mongolian Language. My name is Min Sun-shin. And I read the paper and prepared the discussion paper, but I think a lot of the details have been left from the presentation today. But I do have additional questions that occurred to me today. So first, this story explores the symbolism of colors in the Nom Katni Geser text. You talked about that edition, but I'm wondering if you could elaborate that research. I looked up some research, but other than your research, I was not able to find previous studies. So could you please describe the trend in Korea about the research on the Nomchiatan Geser? And also, you mentioned that black sometimes gains its meaning through contrast with white. Other than that, do you see any additional passages in which multiple colors appear with a single sentence to create emphasis or contrast? And third, you focused on the traditional 5 colors, but could you introduce other colors that appear in the work beyond the 5-color system? For example, the color of animals would have been a color not included in the traditional 5. And so if there were any other colors, please let us know. And lastly, you suggested that future research should compare color symbolism in this text with other oral literature. I would be interested to hear your thoughts on which other oral literary works would make good comparative cases. Thank you. So there were quite a lot of questions. If you could briefly answer each of them. Yes, so thank you for accepting to discuss my paper. So I'd like to thank Professor Min Sun-shin. As for the detailed explanation about the Nomchiatan Geser edition and the need for further research, that was an opportunity for me to revisit the direction of my study. And regarding your opinions, I would like to give you my answers. So for your first question, you asked about the reason for focusing on Nomchiatan Geser edition and also the if there were any additional resources in addition to the previous studies I identified. Well, as for why we have to focus on the Nomchiatan Geser edition, it's because initially it received attention, as was mentioned in my paper, that of the Mongolian Geser edition, it is thought to be the earliest edition. And towards the end of the Nomchiatan Geser edition, there is the conversation between Dalai Lama and other figure, and scholar Bak In-nong said that that was based on a translation in the 17th century. But from Mongolia and from Japan, the two scholars argued and cited examples of other editions of Mongolian Geser that it does not fit in with the overall trend of Mongolian Geser. And on close examination of Nomchikatni Geser, it depicts exactly the number of the chapters. The chapter 9 and chapter 10 towards the end, and also there are chapter 6 and chapter 7 explicitly specified. So there were some discrepancies in the order of the chapters. And also, at the very top of one of the chapters, there is a Roman figure 5 with the letter V. And from chapters 6 to 8, there's no mention of that title. And also, in chapter 11, there is additional comments made in Mongolian. So because of these circumstances of these chapters, it appears that these records were added at a later date. And Nomchikatan Geser is the oral literary work compared to the Beijing edition, which dates back to the 18th century. So it would be assumed that instead of the Roman Empire's characters, it's more reasonable to think that it would have the Manchurian or the Chinese characters in terms of nominating the numbers. So in that regard, the Domdat chapter probably was added around the 19th century in the Nomchikatni Geser edition. And towards the end of 9 and 10th chapter, we see the title of chapter 6 and 7 described. And these facts, taken all together, indicates that the Nomchikatan originally had 7 chapters in all. And it also implies that it is another copy of the Beijing edition, which also has 7 chapters. And for your second question, my apologies. Regarding the previous studies and other additional records, most of them are Chinese research, Tiu Zhaozi scholars' paper or Chimu Dao Erzi scholars' papers. So I was able to find some papers. And also as for other resources, I was not able to identify them either. And as for your second question, you talked about the contrast of black and white and the usage of multiple colors in one sentence to emphasize the contrast or the roles. And you were asking if there was contrast of blue, red, or yellow. And I tried to look for such contrast, but I was not able to find any of such passage. So in blue and red does appear to be colors that work as contrast concepts, but we do not see the appearance of blue and red color symbolism appear often in Nomchikatni Geser. However, we were not able to find any passage that includes both blue and red. For your third question, in Nomchikatni Geser, I was not able to find any additional symbolism in addition to the traditional 5, but there was the zebra, or they said bluish instead of using blue. And so there was slight reinvention of the existing traditional 5 colors. But what was unique is, as for green, we could not find any information about the color green. So probably green is the lowest on the priority from the 5 traditional color scheme of Mongolia. About the future research, to date, we have the Beijing Gesser edition, which has been transcribed into Latin, and I think comparative research with such editions should come next. So other than, we have the Jangar edition, and we also have other depictions of Mongolia's color symbolism. In other scholars, we'll be able to have a deeper understanding of the linguistic image of the Mongolian people, and we'll be able to have a deeper understanding of the modern Mongolian color symbolism. I hope that answered your question. So after we hear from all three panelists, if we do have time, then we'll take questions from the floor as well.
Now let us turn to Professor Shimo Song of Hanyang University for the discussion on Dr. Che's presentation. Good morning. I'm Shimo Song from the Department of History of Hanyang University. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Since we are running out of time, rather than reading the discussion paper I prepared, I would like to ask some questions. I don't have any issue with the presentation, but this article presents a compelling challenge to the long-standing scholarly consensus commonly known as the Sinicization theory that the various non-Han groups who migrated into North China during the 5 barbarians and the 16 kingdoms through Northern Wei periods became assimilated into Han Chinese culture. I totally agree with that. He has already offered a persuasive critiques of the conventional view that Shanbei, founders of Northern Wei, underwent intensive Sinicization, particularly after their relocation to Luoyang. Recently, he has extended this line of inquiry to the early 16 kingdoms era, and this paper represents the part of that broader project. And one aspect I found particularly intriguing is the author's observation that during the 16 Kingdoms period, the tombs of the Guangdong region began to show the first time figurines of mounted magicians. And although I find the arguments and conclusions of the study quite convincing, but I have several questions as to his presentation. And he rightly pointed the fact that when discussing the persistence of polygyny or multiple empress systems, the author writes and the practices would have been filmed to Han Chinese. So, and I'd like to know whether there is any historic evidence as to the multiple empress systems, whether there is any historical record to prove and support that the multiple empress systems is quite intriguing. And in the Empire of Mongolia, we could see quite a similar case. Actually, Genghis Khan, by comparison, the Mongol imperial tradition provides numerous well-attested examples of polygyny. Genghis Khan had 5 major wives, and each of whom maintained her own ordo, and Morte was undoubtedly the primary consort. There was an establishment on the upper empress, left empress, and right empress, and this appears structurally similar to 3-step traditions. And the last point, I'd like to comment on the use of the term tribe. A growing body of scholarship, particularly the works of David Smith and Christopher Atwood, has argued that applying the concept of tribe to inner Asian societies is inappropriate. Their research, increasingly accepted among global scholars of Mongolian and inner Asian history, suggests that the steppe was historically structured not by tribalism but by aristocratic lineages, and that the steppe was never a stateless space but always home to various forms of state power. From this perspective, groups we often call tribes were in fact polities governed by particular novel lineages. Indeed, as this article notes, the non-Han peoples of the 16 kingdoms residing in North China were referred to as Guren, that is, people of the state, rather than as members of kin-based tribes. Saying Guren, Gu means nation or nation state. This conceptual nuance might further strengthen the author's argument. So the issue of distant barbarians and near barbarians, I think Professor Zhang in the floor is better versed than myself. According to the historical record, there is no expression of near barbarians, only distant barbarians. I think in the taxation system, this term was used. The taxpayers were described under a different name in order to set them apart from distant barbarians. I think the near barbarians refer to those who living inside the boundaries of China. There were not just Han Chinese, but also barbarians living in the territory of Han China, and they were imposed with taxes under the nation-state system. I think the record probably in the Southern Hu. And the same record is found in another historic book. And the record from one of the evilest female emperors period. And it says, according to the record, one of the near barbarians will claim that they are not a citizen of the state nation, and because of that, he was not supposed to pay taxes, and he tried to evade the taxation, but he was later found guilty, and he was executed for that. So, based on this description or terminology, we can see that the distant barbarians and near barbarians, this kind of distinction was based on who are subject to the taxation. Distant barbarians means those who lived outside the territory or the boundaries of Han China. And as for the term tribe, after Zhou ruled over the rebellion of barbarians, the barbarian nations were divided into 5 Hu, and they established a certain system for ruling. And I believe that was described by the discussant as the ruling. And later, I believe the tribal system was maintained. And as for the multiple empress system, I actually deleted some portion of my paper due to the space limitation. I'm not sure how to pronounce this one, whether it's Yanji or multiple Yanji, I'm not sure. But according to one of the agreements between Wayne and dynasty, and Shungno is one of the princesses of Wayne should be sent to Shungno's emperor as one of his wives. And according to this, there were at least 2 empresses during that period. And multiple ENGs were found in other times and other dynasties as well. I'm not sure whether it's ENG or RC. I believe that must be some translation of the word in Shungno. And this serves as a proof that there are more than 2 empresses. And if you take a look at Ryojun, there was a term Kason. And this is considered to mean cartoon in Mongolian. And Kasun took Hyungnyeon's wife, daughter as a Kasun or cartoon. And cartoon in Mongolia refers to the nurse of Temujin. And she was later made an empress. So the empress and the mother of the emperor were all both described as or referred to as cartoon. In Shenbei expression, whether it's emperor's wife or emperor's mother, the term cartoon was used. So, referring to various sources of history, although many of things have been covered by the Chinese version of the history, it is quite clear that there was a polygyny or multiple empress systems. And according to some historical record, the one emperor in northern China had 5 wives or 5 empresses. And as for the tribal system or aristocratic lineages, well, I think the term tribe is an English word here we are talking about. Actually, the term we are using, 부족, for tribe in Korean is actually a translation of this English word into Chinese characters. When you use the term 부, that means that is a sub-organization under a larger organization. So this means the sub-organization under a larger organization. As I mentioned in my another paper, in certain cases, tribe, in certain context, refers to the entire nation state. And in certain cases, tribe refers to the sub-organization of a larger organization or administration in certain cases. I think about North Wei dynasty or period, the term tribe could mean different things in different contexts. So at the end of the day, if you take a look at the record, tribe or tribal system had an elite group or lineages who ruled over some tribes. Now, whether this tribal system has a complete different meaning from aristocratic system, I'm not entirely certain as to that. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you. And last but not least, Professor Sungum Jo will discuss Professor Ji-ho Lee's presentation. Please do try to be brief. Yes, thank you for the presentation, Professor Lee. So if you go to page 234, you will find my discussion paper. So this is the iconographic program of Kesel Cave 114 and the relationship to the non-dormer images. And there are 12 monks depicted in this cave, but they are you differentiate them because the bhikkhunis are wearing samkachika and a samgati over it, while the monks do not. And so this shows that this shed a new lights on the role of these female renunciants during this Kucha Buddhism. And I do agree with you to a significant extent, but I do have some questions for you. First, in your introduction, you stated that Kucha maintained Buddhism as its primary religion until the people of the region converted to Islam around the 9th century. And this phrasing may suggest that the region became fully Islamized by the 9th century. However, sources indicate that Buddhism remained dominant in Kucha and Turfan until the 12th century. So would it be advisable to frame this as part of the broader phenomenon of diverse religious traditions coexisting in oasis cultures? Second, so you interpret the monastic figure in the niche on the right front wall, figure 3, as a seated monk wearing a pamsul kula. And pamsul kula are traditionally made from rags, often shrouds or garments of the deceased, sewn together and stained with earth or excrement to curb the attachment. And could you please explain which specific visual features in the painting led you to identify the robe as Pamsukula? According to the Pali Patidesa Niya Dhamma, the nuns, bhikkhunis, must wear a samkachika covering the body from below the collarbone to the navel with a samgati over it. While a conventional samgachika is typically a rectangular cloth wrapped around the torso, the murals in Cave 114 depict a long-sleeved version, which appears to be an inner robe, and in that case, are comparable long-sleeved samkachika representations found in bhikkhuni imagery from other regions? And fourth, although women's ordination was permitted at Ananda's request, Mahasapa later openly criticized it and repeatedly expressed negative opinions about problems attributed to the bhikkhuni order, and because they will cause various problems, and he called bhikkhuni order useless, and he repeatedly mentions this expressed negative opinions. So your manuscript suggests that this presence of Kasapa's image in Cave 114, despite the cave's clear focus on the nuns, the bhikkhunis, was intended to express the continuity of Buddhism and to elevate the status of the bhikkhuni sangha. I would appreciate a more detailed explanation how this interpretive link is established.
Last but not the least, Buddhist art is fundamentally the visual expression of the doctrinal traditions and the textual frameworks. Some records that both Satvira and Mahayana traditions coexisted in Kucha in the 7th century. However, you did not specify the construction date of Cave 114 or whether the architecture and the mural paintings were executed simultaneously. Could you clarify the approximate dating of the cave's construction, the relative dating of the mural layers, and how you situate Cave 114 within the doctrinal landscape of Kucha Buddhism at the time establishing this chronological and doctrinal context seems essential for grounding a precise interpretation of bhikkhuni imagery. Thank you.
선생님, 정말
So thank you very much for that very insightful discussion on my paper, and also thank you for reading my humble paper. And you are right. I think I came to a conclusion too quickly in my paper, and it is, I believe, correct to say that this Buddhism remained as part of the broader phenomenon of diverse religious traditions. And regarding Kuchu, I read your books as well, and I'm trying to learn more. And the second question is a very good question. So I made a change because I realized I made a correction in my paper. Maybe I was looking at the image from my heart, so I was confused, and I thought it was a pamsukula when it actually was plain pattern. And so this is not in the proceedings, but I did write this. And so that is my mistake. I had a misunderstanding and made the necessary correction. And as for the pamsukula, you can see repeatedly from the murals in the Kucha that there is a relationship between Pamsukula and the Maitreya legend. And there is Oscar Pominiver talked about that samkachika worn by the bhikkhuni. There was a paper written on it, and the word that indicates this robe is sangashika and kandaprati chada. These two terminologies were used to refer to this inner robe worn by the bhikkhunis. So here it used to be like a brassiere covering the breast part, but if I may just go to the history of how it was created, it is a legend. So there was a glamorous bhikkhuni, and she walked around without any covering, and she was harassed sexually, verbally. So now, after that, they made this inner cloth to cover the breast part. In the beginning, it was just a strap form. But then there was a reconfiguration into a type that covered the armpit. And then it developed into a cloth that covered the entire torso, and then the word samkachika came to indicate all of these types of inner clothing. And as for the long-sleeved version, it wasn't made as long-sleeved. You see that there is the end, the cuff of the arm part is rolled up. And we found some images like this in the Kandara region. And last year, there was Arireali, a journal from the Soka University, and there was a paper called None of Milan, where they were able to find that kind of imagery of bikini. So in Kandarana, Ajanta region, we do see discovery of such robe, but in China there were different type of robes, so we cannot tell.
Turning to the fourth question, well, it is very difficult for me to address this question. In the Buddhist tradition, Mahakashyapa is one of the most important figures. That is why I believe we have the presence of him. Well, actually, my professor raised the same issue and asked for number 5. And as for number 4, I think I have to look at this further. And as for number 5, the approximate dating, well, is quite controversial. And as for the cave 114, well, this is a rather early period, relatively early period. We believe it was built. And as for this, I will study this further to give you a definite answer. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to thank all our 3 presenters and 3 discussants. Although we are running out of time, if there is any burning question from the floor, we'd like to take that. To our 3 presenters, or 3 presentations delivered by Dr. Han, Dr. Choi, and Dr. Lee. Any question from the floor?
네. 저기
Please use the microphone for translation. Unless you use the microphone, we cannot provide translation. The term 16 Kingdoms period, the term was established because of one book titled The 16 Kingdom and the spring and autumn period. Is there any specific term you'd like to recommend to replace the 16 Kingdoms period? Now, you pointed out that the term 16 Kingdoms was used because Han Dynasty ruled over the entire nation. And to my understanding, there were more than 16 countries and were 16 kingdoms. So as the one who teaches students, I typically use the term 5 Hu and 16 Kingdoms. What kind of terminology would you like to recommend? I'd like to know whether there is any other question from the floor. And if there is any question, then we'd like to address the questions all at once.
진행 차원에서 간단하게 질문만 한 2가지만 드리겠습니다.
I have 2 questions.
So first question goes to Ms. Han. So you talked about the 5 traditional color scheme of the Mongolia. So I'd like to ask about a question about that. So, and you showed us some everyday life objects. And so what kind of impact will that color symbolism have? And to Professor Ji-Hoo Lee, so the monk unveils or reveals the shoulder while the nuns do not. So that's a very unfamiliar concept. So could you please describe that?
So from Dr. Lee, we have a question directed to Dr. Choi. Would you please address? The term 16 Kingdoms period, I'm not saying that you should not use this term as it is. My recommendation is not to use 5 Hu and 16 Kingdoms period all at the same time. We say 5 Hu and 16 Kingdoms. And the term means that 5 barbarian nations built or created 16 kingdoms. This doesn't make sense at all, but that's what is described and explained in the textbook for junior high and high school students. So you can use 5 barbarian nations and 16 kingdoms separately. And the term 16 kingdoms in Chinese historical circle, they always follow the history textbook, like spring and autumn period, and 3 kingdoms and 16 kingdoms, according to the books of history. And for the Warring State period as well. And as for the Southern Kingdom and Northern Kingdom period, or Northern and Southern Courts period, well, they always follow the title of the historical textbook. That's kind of a rule that you can stick to that. And so for 5 Hu period and 16 kingdoms period, I have no issue as long as they are used independently. So even some are saying that the 3 kingdom period or dynasty in Korea, people are saying that rather than using 3 kingdom period, we should use 10 kingdom period. But as long as we have a 3 kingdom history record, I'm totally fine that we use these 3 kingdom periods. But to my understanding, in China, the term 16 kingdom is not that familiar. I don't know why we have the number 16. I didn't have time to look into the reason why or whether it makes sense or not, but one of the hypotheses I can come up with right now is the number 16 during the time of Sakamuni. There were 16 nations. It's probably this traces back to the time of Buddha. But there is no evidence whatsoever that the historian who wrote the book believed in Buddhism, or Chinese people love the number 8. So number 8 multiplied by 2 equals 16. Probably that's one of the reasons why. So my suggestion is to use 5 barbarian nations separately from 16 kingdoms. Or the eastward 16 kingdoms. Well, this can be the terminology you can use, but anyway, people still use 5 barbarians and 16 kingdoms.
Next, Ms. Han, could you please respond to the question? Yes, as the first, thank you very much for the question. So regarding Mongolia's color symbolism, why would Mongolians think of the color scheme as only 5 colors? When I heard this question, then that led me to think again, and I realized I was too shallow in my reflection. So we talk about the primary colors, the 3 primary colors, and some people in Mongolia say that there are 9, 11, or 13 colors. But in most cases, the dominating view is that there are 5 color systems. And I think this warrants further research. And the influence of these color symbolism on the Mongolian people's lives, well, this is very deeply rooted in their psyche. And so when they look at an object and the color of that object, they associate, for example, sacredness with that object depending on the color, or authority with that object depending on the color. I think that is a prevailing perception among the Mongolian people. So I think I can wrap up there. So the color symbolism is deeply embedded into the everyday life of the Mongolian people. Thank you.
마지막으로
Thank you, Dr. Lee. To put it simply, because while they're living in different areas, while in Korea, every Buddhist nun would wear a gray cloth, but in Kucha, they would cover their both shoulders, or they just cover their breast only. But bhikkhunis, they would put on something more on top of that. And if you take a look at the paintings, well, they put on boots. So I think, well, there's different culture in different region. That is why it might look quite unfamiliar. Thank you very much for your extensive presentation as well as a passionate discussion. Thank you. Why don't we give them another big hand? Thank you.
네, 여기까지 해서
So this brings us to the end of the Silk Road East part of session 3. We will break for lunch until 1:10. So I will see you back here at 1:10 p.m. Thank you.
May I have your attention, please? We will continue our academic symposium with the second part of session 3 from 10 past 1. I'd like to ask you to come inside and take your seat so that we can begin. Please make sure that your cell phones are turned off or put on a silent mode. Simultaneous interpretation is being provided throughout this program into Korean and into English. Please use the interpretation device.
마이크 들고 계시면 그냥 바로 말씀하시면
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Thank you very much for joining us for the 2025 ACC International Academic Symposium. I am Juyeon Lee of Gyeonggi University. I will serve as the moderator for this part of Session 3 Silk Road West. We have 2 presentations and 2 discussants. The first presentation will be delivered by Professor Lee Kwang-tae of Hanim University. His presentation is titled "Soaked in Women's Lives Reflected in Epitaphs from 4th through 7th Century China."
웰컴 박수.
Please welcome Professor Kwang-tae Lee with a big hand.
네.
Good afternoon. As was just introduced, I am Kwang-tae Lee. The topic of the session is Silk Road, West, and Women. And I would like to take a look at the Sogdian women's lives from 4th to 7th century China. And that will be based on my personal analysis. And I will be reading my paper. So the Sogdians played a critical role in Silk Road, and they established communities throughout northwestern China from the 4th to the 8th century and beyond, retaining their own culture while remaining closely connected with Chinese society. And among various sources from these Sogdian communities, their epitaphs are particularly noteworthy for their insight into women's lives. And it's not just the tomb, it means the epitaph, which are buried together with the tomb, and it does partake the daily lives of the people who during their lifetime. And recently there were some special forms that and these relief carvings that were discovered around this time, but there were no research done to the tombs. And very interestingly, of the Sogdian tombs, we do identify some female tombs. So here you're looking at one of the Sogdian tomb, the sarcophagus, the stone sarcophagus. And also we have excavated other tombs, and I'll be showing you some samples later on. So we have women tombs among the Sogdian tombs, which is drawing attention. And today, I'll be focusing on women's tombs of the Sogdian tombs excavated from the 4th to 7th century China. Now, before we look at the lives of the Sogdian women reflected in the epitaphs, I would like to take a look at the lives they led, actually, in their community. And there wasn't a lot of research done so far. It was simply organizing and summarizing the existing historical records and there were some scholars who focused on these kind of studies. For example, Sims Williams, a UK British scholar, has focused on the letters. For example, in this case, this is a letter written by a Sogdian woman called Midnight, and it's ancient letters number 1 and 2, 3. She came to China following her merchant husband, but he abandoned her and their young daughter and ceased all contact. So Midnight wrote letters to her mother and husband in their homeland, pleading her situation. This is letter 1 addressed to her mother. And letter number 3 is addressed to her husband. At the bottom, you see that the daughter has added some postscript, and they became slaves to the Chinese people. And there is also another scholar called Scaff who did research, and they identified the Turfan excavated the documents, and they looked at the lives and the status of Sogdian women based on the census and the household statistics of settled Sogdian migrants. According to his research, they generally practice monogamy, but there appears to be concubinage as well, so polygamy. So sometimes the wives were from the Han clan. And there are documents from Chonghwa Township in Turfan, and they indicate that of the 47 households, about 10 households was a marriage between Sogdians and non-Sogdians. And this suggests that around this time, the endogamous principles were weakened. And Rong Xingjiang, a Chinese scholar, analyzed the so-called newly unearthed Turfan documents, and many were slave trade contracts. And many of these records were about selling women, Sogdian women, as slaves to local Han Chinese. There appears to be a Sogdian woman slave who had been given the name of the famous Chinese courtesan Lu Zhu. And there is the daughter of Minoi who reports that her mother and she have become slaves of a Chinese in that postscript to the ancient letter number 3. So we don't know the exact scale, but it appears that Sogdian women were being sold into slavery by fellow Sogdian merchants. Then we also had the tomb of the Shi family excavated from the Gubian, and I looked at the Sogdian tombs from them. And there were a lot of different data connected, and the Japanese scholar Fukushima Megumi did some calculation. And from the Seo dynasty to the North Song dynasty, there appears to be about 525 in total. And of that, 199 were women and 72 were individual female epitaphs. And of the various examples, today I would like to focus on the tomb of the Shi family. So as you know very well, the Shi clan engaged and had a family name. And Sahari Sabo region, which is today's Uzbekistan, so those were the origins of the Shi clan. And you find the collective tomb of the Shi clan, and there was an excavation of the Sogdian women's epitaph from them. So of the 6 tombs that have been unearthed since 1982, there were 2 joint husband and wife tomb and 1 only belonging to the wife. So first is a Sahatam couple. So Sahatam, since his great-grandfather was a royal of Kish, and he was an overseer, the Sabo of Sogdian communities under the Northern Wei, and he and his father and grandfather had been appointed as magistrates of that region over generations. And as for Sahatan's wives, there were 2. The first wife mentioned is Sogdian, Lady Kang. And in the case of the Sogdian, Lady Kang, her father was from Gwangju, and her father served as a deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. And according to the epitaph, it says that she was very beautiful. And she married Sahatam around the age of 15 and died at the age of 40. But we don't have any details about the life of Lady Kang. But when we take the given records into consideration, it appears that both she and Sahatam appear to have come from military Sogdian families. And so they appear to have been from the military clan, both sides. And the second wife is Lady Zhang, who is from the Han clan. We don't have any information about the family. And also his brother, Sahatam's younger brother, is Shi Daolu. And so the Shi Daolu's couple's tomb was also unearthed. And he also married Sogdian woman, Lady Kang. And unlike Sahatam's wife, Lady Kang, Shi Daolu's Lady Kang does not have any records in the family background. But considering how there's no mention of it in the epitaph, it appears that she does not come from a major general or commander-based family. And there was also another tomb discovered from Shijin, Anjan. So Shi Shu-wan and his wife Anyang, they were discovered. It's another branch of the Shi clan. And the wife's, Anyang's epitaph was excavated separately. And it suggests that it could have been a joint burial. But if the husband is deceased before the wife, then a separate epitaph is created for the wife. And the ancestors of Anyang produced commanders from late Northern Wei through early Tang. So it was a military clan. And if you look at her epitaph, she was called Anbek when she was young. And in the epitaph, during the Shiji Han dynasty, the An family was associated with Persia, and maybe it's due to that reason why she was supposed to be of that origin. Starting from her family, she had her ancestors serve in the military, and so similar to the Shi family, Anyang's family came from military commander background, similar to the Shi family. And it's very interesting because the epitaphs are written in Chinese characters, but the wives are portrayed as a very ideal, virtuous wife. And she was very virtuous. She had a lot of proprietary. She had a lot of filial devotion to her parents-in-law and had friendly relationship with her sister-in-law. And also, she engaged in weaving and embroidery and had very good reputation. And then, after her husband passed away, she lived the lives of the three moves of the mother of Meng Mo, and then she passed away at the age of 72. And of the Sogdian tombs, there was a new discovery in 2003. So this is interesting because unlike the other tombs, in the case of the epitaph of Master Shi, there was, in addition to Chinese language epitaph, there was a Sogdian language epitaph excavated as well. And the tomb of Master Shi does have very damaged epitaphs and missing some sections, but we find the names of his grandfather and father and their titles, and they were all sabos. And then he passed away at the age of 86. And then we have information, the Lady Kang and her birth dates and her birthdates are not available due to the damaged epitaph, but it does say that she had 3 sons, Bisa, Waymo, and Fushi, although the last name is uncertain. But the Sogdian language epitaph is different from the Chinese language epitaph. The Sogdian language epitaph says Master Shi's Sogdian name is Wirkak, his wife's name is Wiyushi, and he was born in Senpen, and he married on a certain date. And so we have his Sogdian name, Wurwak, and the Wiyushi, the Sogdian name of Lady Kang, means dawn. So it appears that it was influenced by Zoroastrianism. And Yoshida Yutaka, the Japanese scholar, identified the Shenpen as the Shanzu area. And that will be an important city southward of Guzang in Langju, where Wurwak served as a sabo and was the capital of the southern Liang during the 16 Kingdoms period. So you can tell that the Sogdian people played a crucial role in this region at that time. And this is the full text of the Sogdian language epitaph from the tomb of Master Shi. And so let me conclude. So there was reconfirmation of the endogamous marriage custom among Sogdians, especially marriage between families of similar social standing. But there are limitations to these epitaphs because the information is very brief, and in many cases, it appears that they were made by Chinese people, Chinese authors, and so it could have been that these are not based on direct observations, but they were based after. It was based because they were written after death. And the Sogdian language epitaphs highlight the customs as recording the personal name and the meaning and the cities where they lived and worked and the year of birth. So I am anticipating more of the Sogdian language epitaphs to be unearthed because they will be richer in terms of the resource. And I believe that we need to have some integrative studies using diverse types of sources. Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, a big hand to Professor Lee.
Thank you. As for the discussions, we will have the time of discussion after the second presentation. The second presentation will be delivered by Professor An Bo-yeon of National Jeonnam University. The title of the presentation is Textile Construction Techniques Along the Silk Road, focusing on excavated woolen textiles. Please welcome her with a big hand. Good afternoon. I'm An Bo-yeon of National Jeonnam University. Today, I'd like to talk about textile construction techniques along the Silk Road, focusing on excavated woolen textiles. My understanding is that my presentation is more closely related to the eastern part of Silk Road, but anyway, I am designated to the section Silk Road West. My understanding is, Silk Road is actually highlights the importance of silk, but my study is focused on wool, and I would like to highlight a different aspect of the Silk Road. That is why I decided to present this. And my presentation is covering not just about the textile itself, but also color, silhouette, and the texture as well. There are different ways of decorating. That is why I'd like to present various ways of textile and attire during my presentation and various visual materials. All of these are made of wool. You might have seen this, an excavated Maimu statue. And center bottom, this carpet, all made of wool. So I will briefly introduce the overall direction of my research. The study focuses on textile construction technique, that is the overall silhouette and method used to shape garments. I wanted to expand the scope of my research, but as the region itself was dominated by nomad communities, geographically it's quite vast. And the research scope encompasses the early nomadic cultures of Central Asia, covering a very broad chronological span from around the 10th century BCE through the Pazaric period and up to the 5th century CE. And after 5th century, woolen textiles were effectively replaced by silk. That is why the scope of time scope of my research is up to 5th century CE. I wanted to focus more on the gender-centric perspective. But when you do the gender research, most of the cases, well, attire and dress research was incorporated. And which part of the research is linked to the gender perspective? I was wondering. That is why I prepared this slide in my presentation. Looking at the key material characteristics of wool, which forms the foundation of many textiles found along the Silk Road. As for the main sources of wool include sheep, mountain sheep, goats, cattle, camels, and yaks. And it's very hard for us to find the fleece of mountain sheep, but up until early Joseon dynasty, goat and mountain sheep were clearly separated and identified and distinguished from one another, but probably not anymore these days. So the main sources of wool include any type of animals with hair. And the most representative is sheep wool, specifically ovis areas. Until relatively recently, it was often difficult to distinguish and separate fine fleece from coarser outer hairs. Next, wool contains a small proportion of hemp fibers, which are coarse, opaque, and undesirable. These fibers naturally occur within the fleece. So there are several steps involved in getting the fine wool. The softer portion of sheep's wool, known as fleece, is composed of fine fibers sheared from sheep. Wool fiber itself is made of keratin, with a structure defined by polypeptide bonding. This contributes to properties such as crimp and resilience, elastic recovery, surface scales which affect felting, and water repellency, and an internal structure made up of the orthocortex and paracortex, which influence crimp absorbency and dye uptake. And these properties of wool serve as the strengths of wool as the materials to be used for clothing. In particular, absorbency and dye uptake works quite importantly. As for wool spinning and processing, the wool spinning was carried out through pinching and plucking. These methods involved manually removing wool from the animal, especially during the natural molting season. And after wool harvesting, the wool was washed. Washing loosens the fibers, making them easier to work with and preparing them for spinning. As you can see on the right side, a spindle is used. And the existence of a spindle does not conjure up the image of wool or woolen textiles. It's like most of the cases, the first image that would come across your mind would be cotton. And the spindle became widely popular even after the war between Joseon Dynasty and Japan. But anyway, the spindle wool was used as a primary tool for spinning yarn. Two hands were used in this method. One hand holds the wool fiber, and the other twists and draws out the fibers to form yarn. This technique is crucial because the fineness of the yarn directly determines the quality of the woven textile. Better spinning produces finer, more consistent yarn, resulting in higher quality fabric. Here on the screen, you can see washed fleece, spindle wools, and examples of twist yarns. And whether it's S twist or Z twist, and actual wool yarns recovered from archaeological sites. And let's take a look at wool processing from a gendered perspective. I wanted to start it as father, if time allows. So here you can see the process of wool harvesting. Wool harvesting and felt making required considerable physical strength. Shearing sheep or preparing wool for felting demanded force and endurance, which often influenced who performed these tasks within a household or community. In gender division of labor in spinning and weaving was quite clear because whether it's pinching or plucking, somebody needed to hold the animal. That is why physical strength was required. The photo you can see on the left-hand side, taken in the early 20th century, somebody is shearing a sheep. And you'd have to use the strength to hold it. And this is a very specific type of shoes because you'd have to use a lot of energy. You would put on shoes which raises the level of resistance. And this shows you how much effort you have to put in, physical effort you have to put in. So textile exchange intensified along trade networks. This leads to as textile exchange intensified along trade networks, fine yarn gained high economic value. Producing high quality, even spun yarn became a crucial skill, and this work was often entrusted to women. As a result, spinning and weaving became deeply tied to women's diligence, patience, and household productivity. These tasks were not only economic activities but also social expectations placed upon women, shaping their roles within the family and the wider community. The spinning was respected as one of the important areas or type of jobs which generates economic value. That is why not just women but also children and even men were into this type of profession. The finer a yarn gets, the higher the economic value you would get. And coarser yarn did not produce high economic value. And when men were involved in commerce and trade, women were supposed to stay at home taking care of the family while engaging themselves in some economic activities, producing fine yarn. So here you can see the physical nature of shearing as well as the various scenes of women engaged in spinning, weaving, and other textile-related labor. Regardless of where you are, I believe this is the photo of a figurine in Egypt. So the the female figurines while doing house chores at home or spinning fine yarns. And some part of the activities were allocated to women exclusively. Now turning to techniques for constructing wool textiles. As I explained at the beginning of my presentation, but textile alone cannot explain all these techniques. This is a very comprehensive and integrated art. And weaving is one of the most representative ways of creating a textile, how to dye it, and what kind of patterns you would apply, and what kind of decoration you are going to use. And there are various techniques that you can apply. First, we look at the very early origins, and from the very beginning of the time period, we can see there is even greater diversity of various textile techniques. Let's take a look at the classification of wool textiles. Most of you would think of felt when it comes to wool textiles. Well, actually, there is a clear difference between felt and woven textiles. Felt is non-woven textiles. We use the term felted textiles instead of woven textiles. Although it's not woven textiles, the felt is created through matting and compressing fibers, and they are non-woven wool fabrics. The next is woven fabric produced on a loom. There are several weaving types, such as plain weave, twill weave, gaze weave. And gaze weave was introduced only later, and compound and patterned weaves. And more complex structures, historical terminology identifies these woven types with the names such as Yajugae and dam, and each referring to specific textures or patterns mentioned in early texts, or knotted or loop constructed textiles and decorative techniques. So plain weaves refers to and twill weave refers to noon. And so ke refers to patterned wool brocade. Whether it involves plain weave or twill weave. If you use a silk, then they are basic weaving technique itself is not really different, but the only difference between silk and wool is which materials you use for the weaving and the textile creation. So this is elaboration of the table I just referred to. So here we have John or felt. Felt is produced by taking advantage of the felting property of wool fibers and using heat, moisture, and pressure to interlock the fibers without weaving. You could have fine felt or coarse felt based on the excavated textiles, and we have gal and k. And gal is mentioned in text. Some text that this refers to a coarse garment, while k refers to fine garment. So, and we even have some patterned fabrics. As for Mora and Mosa, I believe this is attributable to the influence of the Han Dynasty. These terms refer to coarse, loosely woven wool textiles. This is something that was excavated in Italy. This traces back to 2nd century BC. And the understanding is that during the Han period, large quantities of kanla were also produced, and similar gay structures appear in the West as well, probably the influence of the Han dynasty. And we also have dam, a carrier of old textiles that encompasses a broad range of pile and felted fabrics. And we also have gyokmo, a textile produced through the tapestry weaving technique, a very important one, or slit tapestry. Narrow slits appear at the boundaries where two colors meet. This is the main characteristic. So these slits are one of the distinctive structural features of a slit tapestry weaving. And gunmok refers to various forms of braiding, plaiting, and knotting used widely in everyday life as well as in garments. In horse riding, people would have their own specific way of textiles and attire, and this is one of the specific characteristics. And the next one is 편직, which means knitting, a technique in which loops are created continuously without distinguishing between warp and weft, unlike woven textiles. And what really interests me is dyeing. Dyeing techniques observed in textile. Along the Silk Road, archaeological textiles show that a wide range of colors, red, yellow, green, blue, and various other patterned and checked designs were produced using pre-dyed yarns. And dyeing technique developed along with the textile techniques. That is why we can see such a variety of colors. And we also can see embroidery and quilting and stitches. And as for quilting, felt was used for decoration. And this is a samagwang of Nia. And this part is old textile. And here, the golden applique was used for decoration. And cutwork and applique techniques were found in the woolen textiles along the Silk Road. Because old felt does not fray when cut, it proved to be an ideal material for applique decoration. Let me conclude my presentation. The excavated old textiles that demonstrate a remarkably wide range of production techniques. Beyond weaving, we see extensive use of embroidery, dyeing, felting, cutwork, and applique. Comparing to silk, there is a very specific technique, but other than that one specific technique, with old textiles, we can see all other types of production techniques. And these fabrics feature sharp color contrast and highly detailed motifs, proving that wool was not merely a practical fiber, but also a medium for artistic expression. And development and production of these intricate patterned textiles likely contributed directly to the rise of later gold brocade weaving traditions. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor An, for your presentation. Now it is time for us to have a discussion session on these two presentations. So we'd like to invite the two speakers, Professor Kwang-tae Lee and Professor Boyeon An. We would also like to invite the panelists, Professor Young-shin Shin from Sungsil University Department of History and Director Sung-won Park from the Jeonju National Museum. And we will be focusing on each presentation, and the panelists will each offer his opinion about the presentation. So we will have the discussion in the same order as the presentation. So Professor Shim will discuss Professor Lee's paper, and Professor part, we'll discuss Professor An's paper, and I would like to invite each pair to spend 14 minutes. Thank you.
예, 그러면
All right. So I would like to invite Professor Shim to discuss Professor Kwang-tae Lee's presentation. Yes, good afternoon. I am Young-shin Shim from Sungsil University. So I'm going to read through my discussion paper. So thank you very much, Professor Lee, for your excellent presentation. So your study seeks to reconstruct the lives of Sogdian women who lived in China during the 4th to 7th centuries by examining the epitaphs as archaeological and historical sources. And as you rightly pointed out, epitaphs are formal, and it makes it very difficult to reconstruct the actual lives of the deceased. However, they nevertheless contain valuable clues to the lived lives of the Sogdian women of that time. And you systematically organized information on the origin, marriage, status, and personality of women recorded in epitaphs from Guyan and Xi'an. And it is commendable attempt to shed light on the history of Silk Road women, a topic that has received relatively little attention. And I would like to ask several questions based on the presentation. So first question is about the research trends in Western scholarship, which has long led Sogdian studies. So how has the study of Sogdian women's lives in China been approached in Western academia? You introduced several intriguing examples in your presentation, but I would appreciate a brief overview of the major approaches or achievements and debates that have emerged in the Western studies. Second, I would like to ask about the cultural attitudes and identity of Sogdian women. In both earlier Western scholarship and recent Chinese research, debates have continued regarding the degree to which Sogdians in China before the Tang Dynasty underwent affiliation or Sinicization or maintained distinct cultural identities. While the prevailing view leans toward assimilation, some scholars argue otherwise. And so based on the lives described in the epitaphs you examined, do we find traces suggesting how Sogdian women regarded Chinese culture or whether they made effort to preserve their distinct Sogdian identity? Third, I would like to ask about the scope and selection of sources as well as comparative perspectives. You cited statistics showing that from the Western Jin to the Northern Song period, around 399 Sogdian epitaphs have been found, and that includes 72 women's, and also including 72 women's epitaphs. The number comes to close to 200. So how many epitaphs from the 4th to 7th centuries were actually included in your study? And considering how the Sogdians gradually integrated into the Chinese culture after the Tang Dynasty, what kind of changes might be observed when comparing epitaphs of this period with those from later era? And also, how many women's epitaphs can be identified in contemporary Han Chinese context? And what meaningful distinctions may emerge from such comparisons? One additional question, among the roughly 200 epitaphs related to Sogdian women, what is the reason for focusing on the Shi family epitaphs from Guan, Guyuan, and Xizhen epitaph from Xi'an? Do they have particular representativeness or distinctive features you wish to highlight? And next is about the funerary practices and the possibility of secondary burial. According to the epitaph, Sasokam died in 627 and his wife in 661, and yet she was interred together with him only in 664, 3 years later. In the case of the Shizhen case and his wife, he died in 579 and she in the same year, and yet she was buried with him the following year. So we don't have detailed records of the husband's funerary processes, but the timing of wives' burials raised the possibility of secondary interment. And in the case of Wiyushi, you also mentioned the influence of Zoroastrianism, but given that Sogdian funerary custom in involves the exposure and defleshing of the cadavers. Could these delayed interments reflect such ritual process, or are there indications that support this view? Finally, I would like to ask about the nature interpretation of the epitaph narratives. So Sogdian women are described as ideal virtuous wives, possessing moral integrity and ritual propriety. So they may praise individual virtues. They can also reflect ideological projections shaped by the values of the Chinese society or the Sogdian community. So do you believe that these depictions are faithful representations of the actual lives of the Sogdian women, or are they narratives influenced by the Confucian values in China? And considering that the authors of the epitaph were likely men or possibly Chinese, might these portrayals represent a reframing of Sogdian women's lives within established social norms? And thank you for presenting such a rich and well-organized study, and for your meaningful effort to reconstruct the lives of Sogdian women despite the limitations of available sources. So, based on these questions, I would like to invite Professor Lee to answer. Yes, thank you for all those excellent questions. And I do see a lot of room for improvement in my research, and you assigned significance to different parts of my research and pointed out what could be improved, so thank you very much. So regarding the Sogdian women's epitaphs, so there were some sarcophagus and stone structures that were more excavated during the urban development phase in the 1980s to 1990s, and that's when it gained popularity and became widely known. But I believe it was Callium, but it was in 1959 that these artworks were being sold off in various locations and auction houses in the Western world, and he found that these relics had the likeness to Central Asian cultures. That was what triggered the studies of the Sogdian tombs, including the sarcophagus and the stone cabinets. And I've been tracking that kind of study. But so far, rather than focusing on women's epitaphs, they more focus on the fact that there was a Sogdian community present in the Chinese community and how synicized or how assimilated they were to the Chinese context. And so although we do not have a lot of available records, I believe very recently it appears that Maria Marianova, I believe she's a Bulgarian scholar, wrote a brief paper back in 2022. And it focused, however, not on the Sogdian community in the Chinese mainland. So I believe that further research is warranted in this area. And you talked about the assimilation to the Chinese culture. So of the Western scholars, they do talk about assimilation. For example, Judith Lerner is one. But if you look at the Wuhong tomb, or the Chinese Americans, or De La Vasseri, or the Japanese scholars, over hundreds of years, despite the fact that they were present in the Chinese culture, Sogdians maintained and retained their distinct identity. For example, they maintained their religious belief of Zoroastrianism. So I believe that they retained more of their distinctive identity versus becoming synicized. And I believe that these are they deserve to be researched as part of the Silk Road culture. And I think they were present in the Chinese culture for a very long time, but finding Sogdian language epitaphs, it probably demonstrates and suggests that they maintained their language and their identity. And you asked about why I focus on the epitaph of Shijin. That's because the Sogdian language epitaph was excavated. So it was one of the few that had that. And in the case of Guyuan, it was more accessible. It was the historical records were accessible for the Guyuan area. However, for those 400 epitaphs, we only have a list of the inventories. In many cases, we don't have the texts of the epitaphs researched. And so I believe that this needs additional research as well. And you talked about the second burial, and this is something of much debated among the Western scholar. As you know, there is Zoroastrianism. There is the funerary practice of placing the dead body on a rock, and then the birds will eat it up and deflesh the body. And this funerary practice, was this ever experimented or was it practiced? But as you mentioned, in the 16th Kingdom era, there is a theory that this practice was in existence, and the Han culture had to embrace the culture of the immigrants. But during the Tang dynasty, that was not allowed. So during the Sui dynasty or the Tang dynasty, or afterwards, the bodies were placed inside stone sarcophagus without being interned in a second time. So this also deserves further research. The last question was very helpful for me. So I was feeling the limitations of the epitaph as historical records, but perhaps this could be due to the fact that these are depictions of Sogdian women depicted by Chinese, possibly men, authors. And so perhaps if we can if we have more research, I believe we'll be able to reconstruct the actual lived lives of the Sogdian women. Thank you very much for your discussion.
좀 시간이
We are running out of time, so let us directly turn to the next discussant. I'd like to turn to curator Seung-won Park of Jeonju National Museum for her discussion on Dr. Ah's presentation. Good afternoon. I'm Park Seung-won of Jeonju National Museum. Let me read the discussion paper I prepared. Animal hides and wool fibers represent the oldest and most widely used raw materials for clothing. Sheep's wool first appears around 9000 BCE at Shanizar in northern Iraq, and from its origins in Western Asia, it spread eastward across Central Asia. Sheep and wool products of Western Asian origin were transmitted further east, and an abundance of related archaeological specimens has been unearthed in the Xinjiang region of China. Unlike other fiber types requiring the three basic weave structures or their derivations, wool fibers can also be utilized as apparel in the form of compressed non-woven fabrics. Wool is highly receptive to dyes, enabling vivid, diverse, and fast color dyeing from antiquity through the flourishing period of the Silk Road oasis states. The use of woolen textiles is attested through numerous excavated artifacts. In reading the author's paper, Textile Formative Techniques on the Silk Road, focusing on excavated woolen textiles, I would like to pose several questions that may invite further discussion or reflection. The paper notes that felt artifacts from Silk Road sites dated to the 9th century BCE appear in natural colors, white, brown, and other undyed shades, suggesting that dyeing was not yet employed. Yet the paper also cites dyed red wool fibers dating to circa 1800 BC, implying that dyeing technology was already available by that period. Furthermore, it cites earlier scholarship asserting that by the early 10th century BC, large-scale dyeing and decorative techniques for wool had become well established. Given these points, several questions arise. Does the presence of red-dyed wool fibers circa 1800 BC indicate that wool dyeing technology was already in full use, even if it was not applied to felt? Does the apparent lack of dyed felt simply reflect the absence of surviving evidence rather than the absence of the technique itself? An elaboration on the author's perspective regarding these questions would be appreciated. On the combined plain weave mentioned under the weaving category for G, it says, but there are also examples of plain weave combined with a twill weave to create this fancy plain weave. I would like clarification on the following points. Is the context of the traditional textiles, what precisely does this signify? Is it a simple structural combination, a patterned integration, or does it refer to a specific degree or method of blending two weaves? And if exact specimens exist, an explanation explanation focused on the weaving techniques would be illuminating. The analysis of red dye textiles cited in the paper identifies alizarin and purpurine, both derived from madder root. Meanwhile, the previous studies of felt caps excavated from the Lubnor region in Xinjiang report the use of saparn oud as a dye source. Given the difficulty of achieving stable red dyes in antiquities, further clarification on the implications of these dye analysis would be greatly appreciated. Dr. An, please. As for the first and the third questions, my lame excuse, whether it's China or the West or Korea, there are not many historical records. I try to compile as many records as possible, and in the process I might have made some mistake. So I will double check this, although there are not many cases, but my understanding is that it dates further. And as for the textile and dyeing, biological analysis can be conducted on dyed textile because dye is a compound, so it is very hard to specifically identify what types of or what dye have been used. Well, indigo and sapan oud have been used for sure, and I think I might have missed the use of sapan oud. Let me double check this, and I will improve my paper later. But as I did my research, I thought that sapan oud must have been used. Well, since this is a natural ingredient-based dye, I believe any dye materials could have been used and must have been used, but those materials are not used to date. That is why. And as for dyeing, my understanding is that, well, the wool, the fabric must have been put together from here and there and at different time frame. Then the dyeing must have been carried out all at once. But anyway, there are various ways for verifying this, and I will refer to that as well. And as for the second question, well, this requires an org chart or a very detailed table. I believe I touched upon this. The combined plain weave is the combination of plain weave and twill weave. I do not believe this is any similar to key textiles in which the ground fabric is plain weave, while the decorative elements employ twill, satin, or supplementary weft patterning. And this is different from the coarse woven wool textile. In that case, well, you can go very elaborate. In that sense, I use the term K. Thank you.
저희가 이렇게
Thank you. So we have completed the prepared discussion, and I do not think we'll be able to take questions from the floor due to time constraints. So with that, I would like to conclude the discussion for this session. And if you do have any questions, please do use the tea break after the session to approach the speakers or the panelists individually. So that brings us to the end of the discussion. Thank you to our two speakers and our two panelists. Let's give them a big hand.
예, 저희는 이렇게 해서 세션
So this is the end of session 3. Until 2:30, we will have a break. And we will continue with session 4 at 2:30. Thank you. 영어 채널 테스트 중입니다. 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 셋 영어 채널 마이크를 테스트하고 있습니다. 잠시 후 2시 30분부터 세션 4 지역 공동체를 위한 문화기관의 역할 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 세션 4의 좌장을 맡아주실 분은 한국박물관교육학회 이관호 선생님이십니다. 이 세션에는 총 4개의 발제가 준비되어 있습니다. 첫 번째 발제자는 국립민속박물관 이건욱 실장님이십니다. 국립민속박물관 다문화 정책에 대해 발표해 주실 예정입니다. 다음 발표자는 서울역사박물관 이색별 큐레이터입니다. 지역사회와 함께 성장하는 박물관, 서울생활사 박물관 협업 프로그램 교육 프로그램 운영 사례에 대해 발표해 주십니다. 세 번째 발제는 지역 공동체에 대한 유네스코 아태 무형유산센터의 역할, 키르기즈 전통공예 문화관광산업 활성화 사례를 중심으로 유네스코 아태 무형유산센터 네.
켜져 있는 거. 네? 마이크 테스트. 혹시 진행팀들께서는 밖에 혹시 계신 분들 잠시 후에 학술 세미나가 시작될 예정이니까요. 안으로 좀 들어오실 수 있도록 안내해 주시기 바랍니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We'll be resuming with the 2025 ACC International Academic Symposium at 2:30 p.m. And this session is session 4, and we have 4 presentations and 3 panelists for the discussion session. We would like to invite all participants to kindly make your way into the hall and be seated. And during the symposium, please turn off your mobile phones or set them to silent mode. For today's symposium, simultaneous interpretation service is provided in English and Korean. For those who require interpretation, please remember to pick up the receiver at the entrance of the hall.
어제 오늘 이틀 동안
So thank you very much for coming on both days of the symposium. I'm sure you must be tired from attending the long sessions. Nonetheless, I think this is a testament to your high level of interest and commitment to Asian culture studies. And in that sense, I would like to ask you to join me in giving a big hand to the ACC. Yes, good afternoon. We would now like to resume the 2025 Asian Cultural Studies International Academic Conference. I am the moderator for session 2. I am president of the Korean Society of Museum Education. My name is Kwano Lee. The theme of session 4 is the role of cultural institutions in supporting local communities. As you're probably all aware, yesterday we had sessions 1 and 2, and those were an overview, but today we are taking deep dives into specific topics. In particular, session 4 will be hearing from about cases of multicultural in Korea. And as was mentioned earlier, we have 4 presentations and 3 panelists for the discussion session. So we will have all 4 presentations first and then have a collective discussion session. I understand that there was a one-on-one designated discussion for the previous sessions, but for this session we have 4 speakers and 3 panelists. So the discussion format is not so much of a designated discussion, it will be more of a freestyle, and each panelist may ask questions to just one speaker or all 4 speakers. And after all 4 presentations are over, we'll have the discussion. And after discussion, we will save the answers for after all questions are given. And I would like to ask you to be punctual and keep your presentations to exactly 15 minutes. I was told by the organizing committee to really deliver this message to the speakers. It's okay if you use less than 15 minutes. Then let's get started with the first presentation. The speaker is Chief Curator of the Curatorial and Exhibition Department of the National Folk Museum of Korea, Kwon-wook Lee. The National Folk Museum of Korea has engaged in various activities for promoting multicultural in Korea, and so let's hear about the actual cases. Please welcome him with a big hand. Yes, good afternoon. I am the Chief Curator at the National Folk Museum of Korea. I am Kwon-wook Lee. So when I was invited to speak today, I realized that the National Folk Museum was interested in the multicultural studies since 1990s. I remember that during my doctorate program, I did part-time work of correcting, proofreading the papers for the National Folk Museum's multicultural related activities. And so I will be giving you an overview of the different activities that we are involved in. And about 10 plus years ago, there was an exhibition of the migrant women in Korea, so I'll share that case with you. And in addition, I'll be introducing the other exhibitions that we are hosting. And the moderator told me to end my presentation in 12 minutes, so I'll try to speed up. So if you look at the multicultural programs, we have a variety. Since the 1990s or late 1990s, we had the Korea Diaspora Life History Research in Central Asia and China. So we investigated into the lives of Korean people living across various countries. And then early 2000s, we went global, and I was focused on the Siberian field work. And now we have people dispatched to Brazil and Southeast Asia engaged in global folk culture research. And it just so happens that we are seeing a larger Korean community in overseas, and we are seeing heightened level of interest in foreign cultures, and we are getting asked to house more of those objects, and so we have such activities ongoing as well. And then Korea started to become a multicultural society. So starting from late 2000s, there was research conducted on the multicultural families in Korea, and so many of our many members from the National Folk Museum participated in doing field work and doing research. And Korean people are not very familiar with foreign cultures, whereas the children are studying in school together with multicultural students. And so we started the development of multicultural educational kits for children. So we filled a box the size of a refrigerator with foreign cultural objects in order to promote different cultures around the world and share their distinctive features. And my very first exhibition was held, but it was a failure because I was very inexperienced. I really don't want to remember about that. We had another exhibition in 2012, and it was circulated. It was a tour exhibition. And we looked into the different multicultural culture in that particular families in that region. And then during the COVID, we did research on the Karates, the Korea Saram. And in 2022, we had an exhibition on the Karates. We used the photos of a Karates photographer from Central Asia. And we looked at the ethnic Koreans and collected the relics of the ethnic Koreans from Central Asia. So this is the culture discovery box. We are featuring 10 plus Asian countries, and I believe that Dr. Kwon-wook Lee is well aware about these programs. And I was really surprised when I was doing the research because they were using the words multicultural very recklessly to the children. I thought that this does not help in building the right character and imprinting a perspective in our children to embrace and accept different cultures. Now, we have about 24 of these culture discovery boxes that are making the rounds worldwide. And these types of package programs are quite popular. And if there's anyone from the museums here, we do have some know-hows. And so please feel free to reach out to us if you're interested in engaging similar programs. Now, our activities are focused on Asia, but then we are now targeting the Eastern Europe. And during the Children's Day activity, we try to collect the culture centers of Eastern European countries to host festivals for kids. And so that would include the Czech Republic and Hungary. And so we are currently preparing culture discovery boxes for these countries. And the basis or the core of a museum is not exhibition, it's research. And folk life is the contemporary everyday life of the people. And so we are doing research, nationwide research on various topics. So if you're interested, please visit our website. You can download these reports for free, and you could get inspiration from our ideas to start your own reports or research. We did the daily life and cultural practices of Russian-speaking immigrants in the region. There are some Russian mafias. And also there was research of the migrant women in Jeju Island area. And that made us reflect on how rude we were in treating the migrant people. So exhibitions. In 2009, for the very first time, we hosted a multicultural exhibition. So this was Generation 1. So we weren't able to investigate or collect any objects from the first generation immigrants. So we were researching the second generation immigrants. And I myself have lived abroad as a migrant, and yet I did not know the best way to approach. So I think we focus too much on the exotic aspect of diverse cultures, for example, musical instruments. And in a way, we were too sentimental, if you will. These migrant women are having a very challenging time finding a new house or home here in Korea. So however, there were lessons learned. We found out that this is not the right way to go. We need to have a clear direction in exhibition. And in the study of anthropology, they say that we have to harmoniously combine the difference and the distinctiveness. So we revisited our direction. And in 2012, we had this exhibition. But since I myself am not a migrant or immigrant to Korea, we took stories from a Myanmar woman who divorced her husband because of domestic violence. And we were introduced to this woman. And we wanted to highlight the personal stories of these women. And personally, I was watching television and I saw these migrant women coming to Korea for marriage, and I was curious about these suitcases that they were carrying because they will be coming here to Korea to live for good. So their entire life must have been packed in those suitcases. So that's what I was interested in and was inspired by that to curate this exhibition. And I received some support from Dr. Kwano Lee for 2012 exhibition. And then there was field work done in the Jeju Island where there was a community of the immigrant women. And there's what is called experiential ethnography. So even I try to be objective, it's not possible for me to be completely objective. So those in the local residents can write their own report, and then we can cross-check. That is what is called the comparative ethnography or collective ethnography. And we ask these migrant women to write their experiences themselves because it's more vivid and compelling. And then there was the Seoul International Women's Film Festival where these video materials were submitted. And I'm not sure if you know the Cathedral novel. At the end, there was a part where the blind person and the artist are drawing pictures together. And so I asked these immigrants about drawing the scenery from their home community if it's difficult for them to describe in words. And so here they used the pictures, the drawings to create a handkerchief. It was made into a cultural good or merchandise. And when they were asked to write down their reflections, I realized that their sentences used only nouns and verbs, no adjectives or adverbs, and yet it was more moving than a very fluent written Korean. And then in 2022, we explored the diasporic Koreans, and we investigated this in the city of Gwangju, but then the rumor spread to Central Asia, and they volunteered to provide us with their photos. And actually, this person is a photographer at a news outlet, and he wanted to donate all of his photos for this exhibition. And so we heard about the story of the Korean diaspora in Central Asia, and the Speaker of the National Assembly, Hyun-sik Woo, his both maternal and paternal grandfathers are Koryo, the ethnic Koreans living in Central Asia, and he gave us very active support at the time. And we do get questions, and sometimes they ask us, what do you get out of this? But the program doesn't end here. When the Korea newspaper was celebrating their 100th anniversary, we participated in that celebration. And there's also a monthly periodic, and they are carrying the stories of what we are doing. And over the past 2 to 3 years, we went out to the field to collect the sufferings and the challenges in the daily lives of the Korea people. And we have a reservoir or the collection of those. And we talk about multicultural policy, but I think we need to revisit the terminology, multicultural itself. Think about it. I don't think there's any country in the world that is not multicultural. So I think rather than using this multicultural, let's call it global, world culture. And somebody proposed changing the name of our museum to Human and Life Museum, but we're not able to find just the right Korean word for that. So we're still calling it National Folk Museum. And the time is not very long here today, and I was asked to promote what we're doing, but we have various activities in the exhibition, in the research and education, and various aspects. And so if you're interested, please reach out to us. We have a lot of experts, and please, we will be more than happy to share that information with you. I think I kept 12 minutes sharp. Thank you very much for keeping time. And Mr. Lee's presentation brings some personal memories back to me.
진행하겠습니다. 발표.
Let's move on to the second presentation. This presentation will be delivered by curator Seol Lee of Seoul Museum of History, and the presentation is titled "A Museum Grown with the Community: A Case Study of Collaborative Educational Programs at the Seoul Urban Life Museum." The first presentation focuses on the diaspora, and the second presentation is on local community and collaborative project. Good afternoon, I'm Lee Seol. I'm a curator at the Seoul Urban Life Museum, which is a part of the Seoul Museum of History. Today I will be presenting on the theme, A Museum Growing with the Community, in this session dedicated to the role of cultural institutions in supporting local communities. Let me begin my presentation. So please refer to the booklet for the structure of my presentation. In 2022, at the ICOM General Conference in Prague, museums were newly defined, and this definition goes spaces that are open and accessible to all, inclusive in nature, fostering diversity and sustainability, and operated in collaboration with the communities. And in this presentation, I'd like to talk about how we can build new mutually responsive relationships with the communities we serve. And let me briefly introduce the museum I'm serving currently. As you can see on the photo, this is the former court building, but that was renovated in order to be used as Seoul Urban Life Museum. The Seoul Urban Life Museum is located in Noan District, one of the most densely populated areas among Seoul's 25 autonomous districts. And this museum deals with the urban life of Seoul citizens, and this is not exactly at the center of the museum. And the museum is located in Noanggu, one of the city's largest districts, with a population of approximately 480,000. And we are expected to have more tourists. And these are what we do. In order to record the daily life of Seoul citizens, we've conducted the Seoul lifestyle research. This evolves into actual exhibitions, and you can see the Seoul cultural map through fashion. This kind of research helps us explore how people live, dress, eat, and interact in the city. Based on these findings, we move into the next step, planning and producing special exhibitions that translate research results into engaging visual experiences for the public. And since the opening of the museum, we have featured various exhibitions created from this process: Seoul's cultural map through fashion, Seoul wardrobe, Seoul citizens' pregnancy, and childbirth culture. And the relevant exhibition has been presented to the public since November this year based on the research. Each exhibition reflects a different aspect of urban life shaped by careful research and collaboration with citizens. And this is the permanent exhibition hall, a core space of the museum where we present the everyday lives of Seoul citizens across different periods. And since we are using the former court building, we also have mock courtroom and detention center exhibition. And this is the most popular experience facility. We have a children's experience room, Umpang, and the space is designed for children to learn about everyday life through play and exploration. And this is a space for children as well as families. Let me move on to the core part of my presentation, education program. And the museum operates a wide range of educational programs each year tailored to different age groups such as youth, children, toddlers, and families. And we have in total 15 educational programs. And we've run various programs to serve at least hundreds of thousands of Seoul citizens. In certain cases, we are running the program in collaboration with other institutions. Among various programs, I'd like to focus on 3 case studies. The first, in collaboration with partner institutions, we offer exploring every corner of the museum, in particular, the institutions for the disabled. And second, by linking the local cultural assets, we run Seoul Living Culture Walk. And last, through partnership with local artists, we operate a family living history workshop. First part, exploring every corner of the museum. The program runs from May to November 2025 with a total of 17 sessions. It provides exhibition-linked experiential learning for children and youth with intellectual disabilities. Now, rather than going into details, I'd like to show you a short video clip which would go for about 1 minute. Let's have a look. As you've just seen, this program has various key strengths, which you can see. Well, the key strengths include sustained participation, customized education, and strengthening social adaptability. We started back in 2013. We are now collaborating with 3 different institutions. When this program was first created, I focused on the sustainability of this program. No matter how good your intent was, many of the cases we can see it cannot go on for a long time. We wanted to offer sustainable opportunities for the participants to enjoy and learn. That is why sustained participation is the focus area. Rather than offering a one-time experience, we designed the program so participants return regularly. The second characteristic or strength is customized education. We adjust the content of each session based on the participant's age and level of disability. We also structure the program so that participants can gradually experience all areas of the museum, not just a single space. This helps them expand both their comfort zones and their learning opportunities. We are also strengthening their social adaptability. To help participants adapt to other cultural spaces beyond our museum, we provide guided orientations and daily life safety instructions alongside the activities. This supports their independence and makes future cultural outings more accessible. And this is the part of the satisfaction survey result. Here are some key comments. Many teachers highlighted that the program showed a deep understanding of the students with disabilities. And they shared that the instructors were patient, supportive, and very attentive to each child. The next program is Seoul Living Culture Walk Gyeongchun Line Forest Trail. The program runs twice a year, once in April to May, and again from October to November for a total of 12 sessions. Participants visit key cultural heritage sites near the museum, and the walking route extends from various parts of the country. And this program was even captured in the primary school textbook. We have many group visits. Here are some scenes from the Seoul Living Culture Walk Gyeongchun Line Forest Trail. The participants begin their journey at Railroad Park, where they learn about the history of Seoul transportation system, how the old Gyeongchun Line shaped the development of a nearby neighborhood. And they have to walk for about 1.5 hours until the destination. But rather than just taking a walk non-stop, they can enjoy the different beauty of each season. In addition to that, they can take some photos, and some part of this Gyeongchun Line was turned into a great park, and this offers another great opportunity to learn. And at some point, after about 80 minutes, they will get to the museum. And from national liberation till 2000, what kind of changes we have gone through in our day-to-day lives, that they can learn at the permanent museum section. And after writing a report, this course is completed. The characteristic of this program is, it is a place-based learning program, and the program is closely linked to the school curriculum. And it also provides a comprehensive experiential learning opportunity. Participants walk along the trail, make observations, visit the exhibitions, and then complete the exploration report. And through this program, participants understand how the culture of their own community has changed over time. And I believe this has provided a strong model of a school-community connection. The last case I'd like to share with you is a family living history workshop. This program connects local artists with the families to explore creative crafts inspired by everyday life. The program the workshop offers a wide range of craft experiences, fiber art such as felting and so on. And these programs we have developed in collaboration with the artists. And at the Female Craft Artist Center, we have collaborated with the center, especially the female artists there. So we've begun with the felt craft, soap craft, and aromatherapy as well. So the first ever Hangang Bridge and the phony car-shaped mold was created to make some soap. And the third is a ceramic artist collaboration program. We made this cup warmer. So in the mouth part, well, you can put in some candle to use it as a teapot. It was extremely popular among children. The next one is 2D and 3D soap craft using a upgraded hatch character representing Seoul. And this is the program which is ongoing the second half of 2025, reading and the flower decorating. After watching the exhibition capturing the family history of Seoul, you can have this experiential program to celebrate the birth of the child or the first anniversary of the child, and you can create a centerpiece using the real flowers. The Family Living History Workshop program is very unique because we focus on collaborative creative activities. Together with artists from various fields across the community, we reinterpret museum artifacts and everyday objects as creative materials. And this is designed as a family participatory program. On top of that, this program also helps nurture a creative ecosystem. It provides local artists with stable opportunities to lead activities, earn a reliable income, and share their creative practice with a wider audience. At the same time, it introduces families to diverse artistic fields and strengthens connections with the local art community. Through this model, the museum becomes a space where families and local artists create, learn, and grow together, creating a virtuous circle. And this clearly is a mutual circulation structure through collaboration. And the museum gains greater content diversity. Local artists receive a stable foundation for creation, and participating families discover local cultural assets. And the three cases I've shared with you have a very clear advantages and benefits. We have successfully expanded inclusiveness and strengthened local identity and built a sustainable network. Here you can see the benefits of these programs. All of these connections and activities come together to form our shared story, a story created by the community and the museum together. We have successfully ensured the sustainability. Now, the museum builds deep, lasting relationships with the diverse members of the local community and grows together with them. Through these collaborative programs, participants with disabilities gain confidence, local children develop affection for their community, and local artists create new opportunities for creative work. This is the end of my presentation. If you have any questions or comments, please share with me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Curator Lee, for sharing this great examples of Urban Life Museum of Seoul. Thank you.
So moving on to the third presentation. It will be given by Ms. Deok-sun Kim from the UNESCO ICAP, and she's going to give a presentation titled The Role of UNESCO ICAP to Local Communities in the Field of Intangible Cultural Heritage, a case study of the revitalization of traditional crafts and cultural tourism in Kyrgyzstan. Please welcome her with a big hand. Welcome him with a big hand. Good afternoon. I'm from UNESCO AP Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage. I am Director of Strategy and Planning. My name is Deok-sun Kim. I actually sustained an injury during my overseas business trip, and so I apologize. So I'd like to talk about how UNESCO ICAP is connected to the local communities based on a case study. So the purpose or the mission of our center is to safeguard and promote intangible cultural heritage. And so we believe that local communities are crucial in terms of safeguarding and promoting intangible cultural heritage, and therefore we need to have a very close connection with those communities. So we hear the terminology intangible cultural heritage often, and it refers to something intangible, knowledge, skills, ritual, or cultural expressions. And it is a living heritage that continues to be reinvented in response to the changing environment. Therefore, the engagement of the communities transmitting these intangible cultural heritage and their participation and interaction will be important. Otherwise, it will remain as a ritual and will not have a cultural life. And therefore, community is not just a participant, but the local communities are agents and play a crucial role in enabling the transmission and the preservation of the intangible cultural heritage. And it also helps to promote and revitalize the local economy and help preserve the ecology. And so it contributes to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals as well. Then, in safeguarding intangible cultural heritage, what is a local community and what is the scope of local community? So, according to the 2003 UNESCO Convention on ICH, they define these local communities as the agents, and the intangible cultural heritage are centered around people. And in 2003 Convention, a community is defined as a group who share a common history, memory, language, beliefs, ways of life, and artistic expressions, and who form a sense of identity and a sense of belonging through these shared elements. So they do not regard the community as a fixed legal unit or administrative unit, but it's a fluid social entity that is formed inclusively and flexibly by depending on the nature of the heritage and the social context. For example, it could be a group of people in a village, or it could be artisans or the practitioners of a specific intangible cultural heritage. It could be a religious group, or it could be the ethnic people. So the diasporas, those transnational people will be part of the community. And the concept of community extends beyond a simple social group or a collection of residents. It encompasses various actors involved in the transmission of intangible cultural heritage. And UNESCO ICAP was jointly established by the Korean government and UNESCO. It is Category 2 center under UNESCO, and it is involved in information sharing and promoting network in the UNESCO member nations in AP region in order to safeguard intangible cultural heritage. So far, the direct partners of UNESCO ICCAP were not the local residents or the organizations or communities, but more of international agents, government agencies, research institutes, and NGOs. So these will be sort of a middle-level partners. That is probably because institutions such as ACC and ASEAN cultural centers. So we do not own these centers, but we are trying to enhance the capability of these institutions in implementing the policy. So we play an intermediary role. So rather than directly supporting the local community, we are working more with the government agencies and the research institutes and NGOs so that they can effectively transmit the intangible cultural heritage by providing various support and engaging in collaborative activities. And the AP region is actually very vast geographically, and there is high cultural and linguistic diversity. And because of this, it's very difficult for ICHCAP to directly engage in partnership with the local community because it will lead to efficiency challenges, and it will have limitations in terms of finance, and there will be a lack of localized heritage-specific engagement. And so there's possibility or concerns that the autonomy of the local community may be infringed. And therefore, we have been designating government agencies, research institutes, and NGOs with established institutional frameworks and regional expertise as intermediary partners so that we can indirectly collaborate with the local communities. But starting from 2023, together with Korea's Culture Heritage Administration, the center launched a project, revitalization of Kyrgyz traditional crafts through the culture tourism industry, and we have been working directly with the local community. And next, I'd like to share with you the case of supporting the local community and promoting engagement of the local residents. Let me now turn to that project. So the project is revitalizing Kyrgyz traditional crafts through the cultural tourism industry. The period was 23 to 26, and it was to promote the culture tourism industry of Kyrgyzstan, and the project budget was 3.6 billion Korean won. And we went beyond simple, intangible cultural heritage, but we wanted to expand this into a new type of international collaboration. So we paid attention to tangible cultural heritage as well. So we surveyed the ODA projects ongoing in ASEAN region, and we accepted a proposal made by the Kyrgyz Republic for revitalizing their traditional crafts. So I'm not sure how well you know about the Kyrgyz Republic. It is one of the CIS countries. It's a very small country. And it is surrounded by Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, China. And as you can see, however, it is blessed with natural landscapes. And it has a culture that's representative of the Silk Road history and also nomadic cultural identity. So they have their own pride in terms of their culture. And because they possess strong nomadic cultural identity, traditional craft plays a very important role in their everyday lives. And therefore, preservation and promotion of traditional crafts is something that they were very committed to. So the community, so how to define the scope of community for this project? So it goes beyond simple traditional craft village. It includes the policymakers, traditional artisans, intermediaries, policymakers, central government even. This is because the nature of the project is not focused on safeguarding or transmitting a specific intangible heritage element belonging to a specific community in a specific locality. Rather, it focuses on cultural tourism, industrialization of traditional crafts across Kyrgyz Republic. So the definition of community expands from local artisans all the way to central government. So there are 4 strategic parts to this project. So first is establishment of policy and institutions, introducing our policy training for the policymakers, and also building the value chains of traditional crafts and building infrastructures. So first is to help build development policies for Kyrgyz traditional craft. There are 2 parts to this. One is to establish mid to long-term plan and policies, because currently in Kyrgyz Republic they have a traditional craft law, but they're more of a declarative nature. And so we do not have the detailed or more specific, explicit rules and regulations to implement the law. And so from the local artisans' point of view, they need to know and understand the direction of the government, because then they will be able to better direct themselves in preserving and transmitting the craft. And also there's the introduction of a certification system. So instead of producing the craft traditionally, in order to revitalize it and adapt it to the changing environment, I think there needs to be a factor of reliability and credibility. And if we could have a system that guarantees and ensures the quality of those craft, that will help, which is why we are trying to introduce a certification system, or we introduced a certification system that will help the traditional craft from getting recognized for its value and build its market credibility. So these are the related activities. Next is about the capacity building of the local artisans. And there are 4 parts to capacity building. One is the capacity building for policymakers. The other is for traditional artisans. And then the intermediaries that connect the market with the traditional artisans. So the policymakers and the intermediaries will be trained via visiting program to Korea. And they will be trained on the trends related to traditional craft, and also they will be introduced to the various programs in Korea and issues related to laws and IPs. And so they will be exposed to various policy-related aspects related to traditional craft. And for the intermediaries, they will be more about commercialization, the design, and how to distribute and market these products. So the training programs will be focused on those aspects for the intermediaries. Another program is the residency program for Kyrgyz artisans. So the young, promising Kyrgyz artisans will be invited to Korea, and they will spend 3 months in the city of Cheongju, where they will engage in residency activities together. And in this process, there's collaboration and collaborative work between Korean and Kyrgyz artisans. And the Kyrgyz artisans are not simply working on their own traditional craft, but they are also able to learn from the Korean artisans about how to modernize and incorporate contemporary elements into traditional art. Oh, it's already time. And I'll try to speed up. So these are the related activities and some photos. This is the residency program. So at the last Cheongju Craft Biennale, they participated and showcased their work. And next is about strengthening of the value chain of the cultural industry. So this goes beyond capacity building. It is to execute the commercialization. So we wanted to support and the building of a database so that the local artisans can have information about the traditional patterns and other information. And also, we are focusing on the commercialization, product development. So we are working together with private sector business in Kyrgyz Republic, and we are actually seeing the marketing of the products, and we are sharing the outcomes. Also, there are promotions, platforms, and content production, and there are exhibitions that are being hosted, and fairs too. So these are some of our programs. This is content production, exhibition, and fair. And last topic is the infrastructure building. The infrastructure is very important. Most of the traditional crafts are trained and transmitted within a local community. Therefore, continuous experience and training and a space for transmission needed to be available. And so there, of the 7 regions, 3 regions of the Kyrgyz Republic made use of the museums in that local community. And the museums were remodeled for these more recent projects. So each project has its unique features. And we have programs for youth and children. And we are working together with the National Art Museum and the National Nomadic Center, where the programs are focused on the youth and children. And this will be the last slide. Well, this is still ongoing. It is scheduled to be completed in 2026, so we cannot directly, or it's too premature to talk about the outcomes of this program. But through this project, we are contributing to how to flexibly define the local community and the scope of local community and help the local communities to engage and grow. And we wanted to share this case study with you. And based on this, going forward, we will be able to explore direction for the future role of cultural institutions in help transmitting the local intangible cultural heritage. Thank you very much. Thank you. Actually, Mr. Kim had made a lot of preparations, and I wish we could have had more time for this presentation. It would have been very helpful. But in the interest of time, we have to wrap up this presentation.
마지막 네
Last but not least, we have a presentation to be delivered by curator Hee-jae Kim of the National Asian Culture Center, titled Introduction of the exhibition, the special exhibition Life and Culture of Central Asia in a Circle at the Asian Culture Museum, a case study in expanding cultural diversity. I think the chief curator of the National Asian Culture Center has hosted various exhibitions with great response and feedback from the audience. Please welcome her with a big hand. Very nice to meet you all. I'm Kim Hee-jae, a curator at the National Asian Culture Center. Today, I'd like to introduce our special exhibition titled Life and Culture of Central Asia in a Circle. I would like to explore how we prepared this exhibition. I would like to first introduce the background and purpose of our exhibition, Life and Culture of Central Asia in a Circle. This exhibition was prepared as part of the preparation for the Central Asia Gallery, which is scheduled to open next week at the Asian Culture Museum. This exhibition is organized into three parts. Part 1 highlights the stories embodied in selective artifacts. Second part explores Central Asia within us. And Part 3 examines the relationship between Korea and Central Asia. As for the Part 2, and especially for this exhibition, we selected key objects from various collections, including artifacts from Uzbekistan's Ministry of Culture and city of Samarkand, and a donation by Mr. Lee Eung-yeon, chairman of the Korea Central Asia Friendship Association. The chosen objects reflect the portability, practicality, and mobility that characterize many Central Asian artifacts. In addition, we conducted local research and interviews with the residents of Seoul's Central Asia Street, many of whom are members of Central Asian diaspora communities. We've conducted an interview, and we also created a video out of the interview. By connecting these artifacts with cultural diversity found in the Central Asian street community, the exhibition introduces the living heritage and everyday multicultural experiences that continue to shape Central Asian identity today. And we have also decided to use the circular and rounded shaped space. So part 1, 2, and 3 are featured in this round-shaped area, which imitates the form of a yurt. I kept thinking about, as I prepare for this exhibition, is my lack of understanding as to the culture of Central Asia. I was not entirely certain whether I am the right person to introduce the cultures of Central Asia, but as I prepare for my presentation, I was able to look back on myself and asking myself whether I'm fully prepared to run this exhibition. Let me first begin with part 2 of the exhibition, Central Asia Street. Well, this street is located in Junggu, Seoul. This area is where foreigners from Central Asian countries, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia, as well as Russia, reside or operate businesses. This area didn't begin as a tourist attraction. This is a space of living for them. This area began to form in the early 1990s when Soviet traders visited the Dongdaemun wholesale clothing market to buy goods. After the 1998 Russian financial crisis, many Russian traders left. Their place was taken by Koreans from Central Asian countries, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Mongolians. Today, the neighborhood features many restaurants, small trading companies, cosmetics, wholesale shops, and grocery stores. The street attracts both Korean and foreign visitors and tourists, especially Central Asians and people of former Soviet regions who come for business or to enjoy familiar cuisines. I would like to touch upon the preparation for the exhibition. In total, we interviewed 6 people, 3 from Uzbekistan, 1 Russian, and 1 Kazakhstan, and another from Kyrgyzstan. After we made a decision to go ahead with the interviews, as we prepared for the questions, we really wanted to go into detail so that their background can be easily understood. And in that process, we came to realize that it's very hard for us to put focus or stay focused on Central Asia. That is why we decided to ask them how and what brought them to Central Asia Street and what kind of work they do. And how did they choose the name of their shop or business? For example, if the name is Samarkand City or Manas, which reveals the identity of Central Asia. Why and how they choose the name. And the last question was what aspects of Central Asian culture or tradition they want to introduce to Koreans. So these are the 4 main categories of the questions. These interviews helped us better understand the lived experiences of Central Asian residents and provided valuable stories and insights to incorporate into the exhibition narrative. We wanted to highlight that they served as a bridge between the Central Asian culture and the Korean culture. For your information, we distributed the questions in advance and we've told them over and over again. Throughout the process of the interview, they tend to be extremely busy doing their own business. And we did not know at first, but their Korean proficiency is rather limited. So when we actually conducted the interview on the day, some of them were not really comfortable in expressing themselves in Korean. So in certain cases, we asked them to speak in their mother tongue, and we translated that into Korean later. As for the souvenir exhibition, which is the first part of the exhibition, I tried to conduct some research on the topic of souvenir or memorabilia, but there are not many resources except for those in the area of marketing and tourism. And in the humanities areas, there are not many sources we can refer to. So the sources I listed here might look insufficient. Recently, at the National Folk Museum of Korea, there was an exhibition focused on souvenir that was really helpful. By the late 19th century, with the rise, the origins of souvenirs can be traced back to the late 12th century, when badges were distributed to pilgrims as tokens of devotion. By the late 19th century, with the rise of manufacturing companies, distribution networks, and retail systems, mass-produced souvenirs began to appear. As for the meaning of souvenirs, souvenir holds value in several ways. It is one of the most active methods of recording and collecting individual memories. It documents personal experiences and serves as a repository of individual stories. It reflects the democratization of public imagery, allowing ordinary people to own and preserve cultural and historical symbols. It bridges public history and private moments, creating a shared space between collective narratives and personal memory. These days, people are fascinated with merchandise and goods. And such current cultural fascination demonstrates to some extent the ideas discussed by Walter Benjamin, especially regarding the meanings embedded in everyday objects and how they capture the memory of a specific moment. He famously said that the contemporary people want to have anything they can touch. And I think his point has been proven over time through the contemporary interest in goods. Let me turn to how this exhibition was organized. As we prepare for part 1 and part 3, we thought really hard as to what we should emphasize. The container or the yurt itself, when displaying a yurt model, for example, what matters more, authenticity or its role as a container of memory? The question guided our curatorial decisions rather than explaining Central Asian culture broadly. The exhibition focuses on the souvenirs themselves because Central Asian Gallery would clearly explain and present the Central Asian culture. We did not want to be redundant. That is why we decided to focus solely on the souvenirs. Supplementary explanations provide historical and cultural context, but the main emphasis is placed on the stories embedded within each item. Now you can see the text for the name card. At the top, you can see the ancient version. At the bottom is the last version, the latest version. So, at the beginning, we focused on the overall concept and the definition of alaja, but this does not reveal the authentic meaning of the souvenir itself. That is why we decided to reduce the text to this one single line: who gave this alaja and in what memory did it become meaningful to the recipient? By presenting both the cultural meaning and the personal context of the item, the exhibition highlights how everyday objects become vessels of memory. We've conducted an interview of the relevant people, and we've also presented various types of souvenirs, an eco bag and a pottery, and various items have been presented. These are the exhibition components. The exhibition consists of donated objects, interviews with donors, and materials provided by related institutions. And types of the objects displayed include pottery, folk, craft figurines, eco-friendly bags, and photo albums, among others. And as for the criteria for selection, items were selected based on motifs related to Central Asian architecture, history, and daily life. So this is the overview of the exhibition life and culture of Central Asia in a circle, there are clearly some areas that need further improvement. As the one who will run this program, I am still struggling how to view other cultures. One key question that we have considered is how can you introduce another culture without distortion, presenting it as closely to reality as possible. And as we prepared interview footage, we prepared interview videos that included thoughtful, in-depth questions supported by a wide range of reference materials. This interview helped us better understand the lived experiences and perspectives of Central Asian residents. However, I believe we can go farther and deeper. So ultimately, preparing this exhibition encouraged us to search for ways to address the challenges we encountered, from how to respectfully represent another culture to how to communicate its meaning to visitors. And we will continue our dedicated effort. Thank you very much. Your presentation actually touched upon the concerns and the struggles of any curators of the museum. I've been working for a museum for over 3 decades, and I totally agree with you. We are about 2 minutes behind the schedule, but I think we can catch up through the time for discussion. My understanding is that rather than having the break from 4:30, my understanding is, we are to begin our break from 4:25. Based on the 4 presentations, we have 3 panelists. I would like to invite our 4 presenters, and I also want to invite our 3 panelists, Dr. Kang, Dr. Ko, and Dr. Hwang.
저도 자리를
And I will change my seats as well.
너무 바쁘죠.
So I guess we're rushing things, but in Korea we're very used to the 빨리빨리 culture, doing everything fast. Well, if you have academic conferences, there are cases where we do run behind the agenda, and I do understand that some of the participants have to return to the city of Gwangju after this conference, so I'll try to speed up. Let us get started with the discussion for session 4. As mentioned earlier, it's not designated discussion. We have 3 panelists who will be freely making comments or asking questions regarding the 4 presentations. So we will hear from the 3 panelists first and then open the floor for questions. We'll take maybe 1 from the floor, and then the answers will be given all together after we collect all of the questions. So, Mr. Deok-sun Kim, you injured your hand. Okay, so if you do not have a ballpoint pen, let me lend it to you. All right. I'd like to invite Dr. Kyung-pyo Kang to make his prepared comments, if any, and please finish in 10 minutes. Yes. I am Kyung-pyo Kang from the National Memorial of the Korean Provisional Government. I understood it to be a designated discussion, so I did prepare a discussion paper, but the moderator, because of what you said, I will try to summarize my paper and then comment on the other 3 presentations as well, which I really enjoyed. So I think the presentation times are too short because we would have liked to hear more from each speaker. And so I think instead of summarizing the presentation, however, I would like to ask questions about the questions that I had. So thank you to Dr. Lee for your excellent presentation. You've been working and been committed to cultural diversity at the National Folk Museum of Korea, and you shared your policies and your programs. So you started from diaspora, and then your area of interest expanded into globalism. And for each of the unit programs, depending on the purpose, you stressed diaspora and globalism respectively and tried to reflect the popular perspective. So, for example, one was about the diaspora exhibition. The other, the Culture Discovery Box, was about providing opportunities to easily access and explore other cultures. And in the Mapupo book and exhibition, you dealt with the migrant women in Korea and also gave us an opportunity to raise awareness about the multicultural policy in Korea. And about the Garrett's Korea Saram exhibition, it was very faithful to the concept of diaspora. And I think instead of focusing on just one direction, the National Folk Museum's cultural diversity approach is multifaceted, and it did not place any limitations on its spectrum, but it is continuously evolving. So my question is, at the National Folk Museum, you publish the research reports and you host exhibitions, and you're trying to promote the sustainable development of the local community. So what kind of influence and role do you think these activities play, and how can it contribute to the sustainable development of the community? The second question goes to Dr. Sepeli.
So you shared this case of a museum growing with a community, and I believe you wanted to highlight sustainability, but you didn't have enough time to highlight or elaborate on 3 cases' impact on the sustainability and the collaboration with local community. For example, you mentioned this family living history workshop. I think this project is quite interesting and exciting. And I'd like to know what kind of impact does it have on ensuring sustainability or sustained impact on the local community. So what types of artists did you collaborate with on this project, and what was the feedback from the families?
And thank you, Dr. Deok-sun Kim, for your presentation. You were talking about promoting the sustainable culture of the Asia-Pacific region and creating values, and you gave us the case of the ODA project and the cultural policy, and it was a very good example of a cultural policy and its explicit execution. Now, you looked at the heritage bearers as a local community. And why did you select the topic of traditional craft? And what does promoting traditional craft in a different country have to do with promoting the safeguard and preservation of intangible cultural heritage? If you could elaborate, that would help my understanding.
Last but not least, my question is to Hee-jae Kim. Rather than ask a question, I would like to encourage you to continue this type of project. Thank you very much. You asked 4 questions to 4 presenters, 1 each. Then let us turn to Curator Ko Un-soo of National Hangul Museum. I'd like to turn to you for your question or comment. Thank you for all presenters. Rather than asking any specific question, I would like to make a broad, comprehensive comment or question. I'm here as a panelist, but as I listened to 4 presentations, I learned quite a lot. That was a great time for me to learn new things. The regional decline or local decline is one of the most formidable threats. And the central government is carrying out various projects in order to revive the local communities. And these days, we have the National 5-Year Initiative Local University 30. Those 30 universities, designated as local university, will have a government funding for 5 years in order to sustain the local population and to revitalize the local economy. So there are certain areas that can be handled by the national policy, and there are areas where only can be successfully addressed by local or central cultural institutions. Well, we have various cultural institutions at various levels, central, regional, and local. I am working at the National Hangul Museum, and I believe that each cultural institution needs to fulfill its own unique responsibility. As for my museum, this museum is specialized in language and characters. In order to sustain the unique language of Korea, we are dedicated efforts, and we are running various projects because your language sustains your national identity. And since last year, we have been constantly working on various local initiatives. With the fire on the National Data Center, these days our exhibitions are actually taking place outside the museum. And we are also doing this tour exhibition. And last year, we presented a Korean dialect exhibition, and in collaboration or jointly with that exhibition, we've held various Korean dialect concerts and various educational programs. In Jeju and Gangneung area, we can see the citizens taking great pride in their own dialect and accent. And even Tano Festival, there is a Gangneung dialect contest. In Suncheon, we had a quite similar event held in connection to the local festival. Young people do not know much about their own language or specific dialect and accent. Rather than talking extensively about the National Hangul Museum, I would like to ask the four presenters, since each of you represents your own organization and cultural institute dedicated to the development of the local community and local culture. I understand those four organizations are working for the promotion of the culture. I'd like to hear more about your future plan for the cultural promotion, and what kind of collaborations do you have in mind to maximize the synergy effect?
지금 그 고은숙 선생님께서 질문.
So the question can be summarized into the plan of each organization for the future for further cultural promotion and collaboration.
So the third panelist is Eun-Sun Hwang, a curator from the National Museum of Korea. The National Museum of Korea also, as you know very well, has 3 different exhibition halls, including the Asian Hall, and engaged in various activities. Please go ahead. Yes, good afternoon. I'm from the National Museum of Korea. My name is Eun-Sun Hwang. So it did come up slightly, and we, the 3 of us, the panelists, had a brief discussion, and so I think the 2 panelists asked questions that we did not agree upon previously, and so I'm going to ask questions to Ms. Hee-jae Kim, who was not asked a question so far.
My understanding is that the project at the Seoul Museum, Seoul Urban Life Museum, is in progress. That is why I'd like to know more about the project. My understanding is, I'm sorry about that. Actually, my question is about the Central Asian exhibition. It is quite interesting that the exhibition has 2 main categories and 3 main parts. So my understanding is that you are thinking very hard as to how to present other culture through the exhibition. And second is how to conduct a research and how to interpret in other culture. And this is about the methodology of a research and how to accurately capture and reflect the lives of the Central Asian people. I can see how hard you are working on these 2 aspects, and I think this is the concern in the minds of any researchers. Central Asia features entangled aspects of life, commerce, business, and the culture, and so on. I think while capturing the lives and culture of Central Asia itself, also in and of itself shows your selection of a specific aspect, and in that process that might lead to some distortion. I'd like to know whether you have considered a joint and collaborative curation or interpretation with the researcher groups or local communities. Have you ever attempted that? And if you have ever had, and do you have any plan to apply such an approach in order to overcome any kind of distortion, because you are presenting other cultures through your exhibition? My second question is about your interviews with the Central Asian diaspora here in Korea, and you also said that sometimes you got unexpected questions and you didn't prepare sufficiently and thoroughly for the interview itself. But I think whatever you get is the outcome of your effort. I don't think any part of it is to be considered as failure. And rather than trying to prepare a perfect and foolproof questions, I believe what is really important is to understand and analyze what went wrong in the process. And if you are to do this once again, what would be the main focus areas for further improvement? Is there any specific strategies for interview for the next round? Thank you.
Thank you. So for this discussion, we did not have any discussion papers prepared in advance. So what was meant by this is that the discussants would have been prepared with their discussion papers ahead, and the speakers would have been prepared as well for their answers. Now, it must have been difficult for the interpreters because of the lack of the resources, but we would like to take a question from the floor. We can take one question from the floor. Yes, please go ahead.
통역기랑 갖고 와서
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I have to speak in English. Thank you for this presentation. My question is to curator Kun Wook Lee from the National Folk Museum of Korea. Thank you so much for your presentation. Very fascinating. I'm interested in knowing more about the decision process behind selecting different communities or cultures to be represented in these different exhibitions. So if you could tell us more about the process and the discussions within the museum, that would be very great and appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the question. Any other questions from the floor? I see none. So we heard questions from the three panelists, and we had a question from the floor. Now I would like to invite Director Kun Wook Lee first to go ahead. Yes, I am Kun Wook Lee. I received 3 to 4 questions. So first, Curator Kang asked about, he was very interested in our diaspora program. It's only natural because most of the employees of the Folk Museum have anthropology backgrounds, so they're very used to the concept of cultural diversity, and they're quite trained as well. And so it was quite easy for us to start these types of programs at an early date. And also, Mr. Kang asked about what kind of contribution we made to the sustainable development of the local community. I think we did make contribution in 2 aspects. One is academically. So we looked into the lives of the ethnic Koreans living abroad or foreign immigrants living in Korea, and we documented their everyday life in 21st century, and that has academic value. And second is, I think, a limitation as well. So when we meet something new, something unfamiliar, we feel a sense of resistance. And there's the idea of the morning sickness of the pregnant women. It's because the entire body of the mother will be resisting the presence of a new life inside her. And so I think we need to remind ourselves about this, about the fact that we're all the same, we're all human. And this is what we say in anthropology. Culture has universality, it also has similarity, but if we only stress the universality, it becomes boring. But if we emphasize the difference only, the society becomes conservative, and we will enter the era of violence. And so we have to compromise and reach the right balance between the two. Fortunately, we were able to change the perception. And we are not just Korean people, but we are global citizens. And I think we are making contribution in that sense to the global community. The third, our future plans. What kind of plans we have for the future? Well, we're just going to continue doing what we're doing. Nothing is different, but we're going to have specific tracks now. So we have festivals and we have faces. So we had the Samba Festival. We visited the Samba Festival, and in February we're going to investigate the East European carnival culture. And through these activities, we will be collecting the cultural assets and relics. And my PhD thesis was festival, and the festival covers everything, starting from religion, our everyday life culture, and so the festival can connect the hearts to heart worldwide. And we're going to redesign some of our programs because the world is face. I think the first language in the world was facial expression, but different cultures have different facial expression, as you probably know. So we're asking questions about that, and also decorations, the accessories are different. And why can I not talk about things freely and we have to put on a mask? So that's another question. And you asked about the decision or process making. I think the exhibition process is same. How do we select the communities, or how do we select the craft? So we have this virtuous circle structure in our folk museum. I can actually go out and select a community myself, but we have a research and investigation team, and they will be trying to select they'll get the candidates of the communities, and there are reports on those communities, and I'll read and select the right one. And then if there's a proposal or if there's lacking in the investigation, then I will do additional work myself. So it's a virtuous circle. And also, curator Kyung-pyo Kang did some research of jeans in Indian villages. Different villages had different blue jeans. And so I might ask him to bring some over, and I will host the exhibition. And about the multicultural families in Korea, we get some tips, information. We have some multicultural family that can have an impact on the others in Korea, so that I try to cast them. And of course, we cannot always possess those assets. We get them on loans, and there's what is called the recommended purchase. So we have these people who specialize in the studies of these foreign relics and cultural assets, and so we work together with them. And the unique thing about our decision-making process is interview. We've been trained for more than 10 years. Our employees are always standing by to have those interviews, and they're knowledgeable about how to use different instruments or devices to videotape or record the interviews. But we don't make a very detailed plan because depending on the situations, people can say different things. So we come up with a big direction. So as long as we have the overarching direction, regardless of the specific words we use, we get the answer that we want. So it's a sort of a technique or know-how or skills. And if opportunity allows, I will try to cover those topics at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since the early 2000s, the National Folk Museum of Korea has specialized specialized and has focused on the collection of relics as well as conducting any interviews. I believe we can have an academic symposium on the topic as well. I'd like to turn to Sepia Lee for her answer. As for the question raised by Mr. Kang, as mentioned by Dr. Lee, the various projects we are doing at the museum, rather than having any impact on the community, I think the reason why we are here is to present and showcase the lives of Seoul citizens. And through the participation of Seoul citizens, rather than having an impact on their lives, I think we are actually open to the impact they make on us, and we are more responsive to them. I told you that the location of the museum is where there was no public museums. And when the museum was built and created in that neighborhood, the initial idea was that we need to work with various local communities and local institutions as much as possible. That is why the first project we embarked on was the collaboration with the Female Craft Artist Center. That was our very first collaboration project, but the center was non-existent, and we started to work with various artists who own their own and run their own independent studios, and we look for them to discover various items and ideas for collaborative project. As for the feedback from participants, since most of the project targeted at families in Nowon district, we have such a diverse age groups. Our main focus is on primary school students, but sometimes their younger brothers and sisters would come along, or their elder brothers and sisters would come along, as well as their parents and grandparents. So although our target audience is the primary school students, their entire family members can take part in and enjoy the exhibition and various workshop programs. Since their participation itself has such a footprint on what we do, we can clearly see that their level of satisfaction is very high, and we offer this program free of charge. We have repeated visits from such a wide group of audience, and we try to upgrade the existing program, and this adds some flavors and diversity, and that is why we enjoy such a high level of satisfaction. Thank you. And as for the second question, our own specific plan for the future, we are part of the Seoul Museum of History, and limiting my answer to the Seoul Urban Life Museum as part of the Seoul Museum of History, we would like to continue to showcase and feature as well as capture the daily lives of Seoul citizens. We are conducting a research on the themes to be covered at our permanent exhibition hall, and I think these themes are in line with the policy direction of the Seoul Metropolitan Government, the marriage, childbearing, child nurturing, and pregnancy. Well, these aspects are part of our daily lives, and on these topics, we'd like to provide constant education so that we can create this organic program that covers every stage of life. That is the overall direction for the future as for the Seoul Urban Life Museum. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been very recent that the Museum of Everyday Life Urban Life Museum has been established, and I made a visit there recently, and it has very thorough and detailed project that investigates into the different aspects of Seoul life. And
although you said that you are trying to be as responsive as possible to the needs of the citizens, but I think based on the backgrounds of the local citizens, since, Seoul citizens actually are from different parts of the country, your contribution is quite significant. That was my answer, part of the answer as a moderator.
Next, I'd like to invite Duksun Kim. So I think I received about 3 questions. So first one is, why did we select traditional craft to be transmitted as an intangible cultural heritage? Of course, I think different countries have different sense of priority or level of priority when it comes to a preservation of intangible cultural heritage. But in the case of Kyrgyz Republic, traditional craft was a very important heritage. It's a small country, not rich in natural resources. However, they have a very strong nomadic culture, and craft is a major part of the nomadic culture. Therefore, there's a high sense of pride in their traditional craft. When they have their national events, they wear hats made up from traditional crafts. They hold other events as well using traditional crafts. And so there was that national pride in traditional craft in Kyrgyz. And even in the contemporary time period, the traditional craft is being incorporated into various aspects of everyday life. But the world is changing. And within the traditional framework, it's difficult to preserve, and also society is changing in Kyrgyz Republic as well. It's difficult to make a living focusing on the original form of the traditional craft, and therefore we need to reinvent the tradition. They needed to reinvent the traditional craft to meet the needs of the contemporary times, and so we thought that we would. Well, they had a strong desire to connect this with their culture industry or culture tourism industry. And so that is one of the reasons why we selected traditional craft. And also, the local traditional artisans could build on the existing traditions and yet incorporate a contemporary sensibility and techniques in order to express the unique distinctiveness of Kyrgyz traditions, and this will all help them achieve socioeconomic development, and that's why we focused on the traditional craft of the country. The second question is about supporting the cultural heritage, promotion of the cultural heritage in a foreign country. Does it help preserve intangible cultural heritage? I think you're asking about the essence of an ODA project. Well, when we provide aid or support to foreign countries, especially via ODA, it's similar to what happens with our friends. If you have a friend in a difficult position, we try to extend them lending help. I think it works the same way in the global community. Because if we collaborate in culture, what's more important than financial or economic aspects is the work that goes into understanding each other. When it comes to culture or cultural heritage, it mirrors the values and the worldview of that local community. And if different countries work together on the cultural development, then it will be accompanied by a process of mutual understanding. Then we'll be able to have a better understanding about the values of that culture, and we'll be able to respect each other more because we have this understanding about why they're different and how they're different, and that difference is nothing unfamiliar. And so that's why we are thinking about the cultural ODA project. And this will lay the foundation for future relationships, socioeconomically or politically. It will help with those diplomatic relations as well. And the last question, our future plans about promoting cultural diversity or sustainable development of the local community. Well, I think we're thinking about shared cultural heritage. This shared cultural heritage is having exchange of cultural heritage between countries with similarities, and that is currently being done. We're planning with these kind of exchange with the 11 ASEAN countries. And so it is collaboration, but the direction is slightly different. In the case of the ASEAN countries, it is a local body, regional body of 10 different countries, and their slogan is Unity in Diversity. What that implies is that ASEAN has their distinct identities, and therefore we first want to investigate, identify the shared culture heritages, and then produce experience-based content so that different cultures and different people can understand each other better. And that is the direction and the plan that we have going forward for our projects, and we have already submitted a related proposal. On the other hand, regarding Central Asia, the shared culture heritage is a slightly different concept versus ASEAN. So for ASEAN, that will be a socioeconomic direction, but for Central Asia, it will be economic exchange. So through the shared culture heritage and by connecting it with the festivals, we could implement the project so that it will contribute to the economic development of the local economy. And we can also connect it with festival about the traditional sports of Central Asia so that this can also contribute to the industrial development of the local communities. Yes, thank you very much. So the UNESCO ICH CAP, true to your identity, it's not about the transmission, but it's about revitalizing the heritage to adapt to the changing environment. Yes, Hee-Jin Kim?
Thank you very much, Dr. Kang, for your word of encouragement. We will work harder. I'd like to address the question from Mr. Go. ACC is located at Gwangju Metropolitan City. As a local cultural institution, we are doing our role. That is why I think we need to work harder to increase the level of intimacy with the Gwangju citizens. We are a cultural institution located in Gwangju introducing Asian culture. We are exploring various ways to fulfill our mission. And one of the ways we have identified is to capture the local taste in our exhibition curation and to discover the Asian culture within the local setting. At once, we introduce Chinese culture in Gwangju through our exhibition projects. And this would be one of the examples I can refer to. So we can actively introduce Asian culture in connection with the local culture or identifying Asian culture within the local setting. To address the question from Curator Huang, as we conducted this round of interview, we didn't get any assistance from outside because as we began this interview, we came to know the existence of Central Asian Street. And we didn't have enough time to secure reliable external sources. We can get some help. We did not have any time or any resources to cross-check the credibility of the external sources or resources. That is why we did not actively consider that, since we were not entirely convinced as to the reliability and credibility of external sources. But going forward, as we introduce regional culture or another culture, which I'm not well-versed in, then as I listened to you, I came to realize that I need to look for some help from outside. And second, as for the design of the questions and what I am going to do if the questions and the answers didn't go as planned, Dr. Lee talked briefly about questions and interviews. At a fundamental level, I think our preparation was not sufficient. We conducted a pre-interview for shooting the video, and the pre-interview was conducted in Korean. But as I told you, they are not fluent in Korean, and I try hard to understand what they meant. I believe that is the reason why we could not go as deep as we should have gone. As the outcome manifested. So looking back, I believe I should have done more in preparation, and the questions should have been more elaborate. At a personal level, as I've done these interviews with 6 interviewees, I came to realize that if we can use some reference videos, well, it can get richer. Rather than just featuring and showing the videos of interviews. That is why, going back to my initial point, I should have done more preparations in preparing the questions. And I think that can develop further through the process of interviews, and a certain narrative of stories should be drafted in advance. Of course, omission and commission might happen, but in order to stay focused on the direction initially planned for an exhibition, such a storytelling to a certain extent would be required. Thank you.
이게 아마 조사 연구
So exhibition based on investigative research is different from doing investigation for the sake of investigation. We have to think about the materialistic culture, and as Ms. Kim said, there are multiple media such as videos that needs to be included as part of the investigation, meaning we need to have high skills in the methodology of the research. So starting from mid-1980s, I've been engaged in field work. And field work is always challenging. It never gets any easier. And especially when you are connecting it with an exhibition, it's really challenging. And at Gwangju ACC, I think it's one of the good things that they're doing. And not just for Korea, but I hope that they can secure sufficient budget for overseas field work so that we can collect as much resources as possible and allow our curators, researchers to do more field work. I'm sure that you have more to share, but we have to end early because I want to give you more break time.
4시 18분에
At 4:18. Yes, so we're going to start at 4:15, not 4:18. So I'm trying to wrap up so that you can, I think some of you are busy. Well, it's over now anyway, and so this brings us to the end of session 4. And we're going to break now, and if you have any questions, please use this time, because we'll be resuming at 4:30. So we'll break until 4:30, and so this brings us to the end of the discussion for session 4. Thank you to our 4 speakers, and thank you to our 3 panelists. I would also like to thank the audience for staying with us till this time. Thank you.
수고하셨습니다. 수고하셨습니다. 아이고 다치려가지고
뵀는데.
글쎄.
예, 광주에서 뵙는 것 같은데요.
예.
심상 때문에.
명함으로 일단 좀 하나 주시죠.
예.
네. 고생하셨습니다. 고생하셨습니다. 네, 고생하셨습니다. 네. 우리 고은 선생님. 네.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? We will continue with session 5 at 4:30. Although we have 15-minute break, that doesn't mean that this entire program is over. The next session is titled Roundtable of ACC Researchers. I'd like to ask you to participate in this last session and stay with us till the end of today's program. We will begin at 4:30. Thank you.
40분이 됐.
It is now 4:30. Let us get started with the session. Good afternoon. We will resume with the 2025 International Conference on Asian Culture Studies. I'm pleased to meet you. I am Byung-ha Hwang from Joseon University, and I'll be moderating session 5. Session 5 is a very important session, as a matter of fact, because ACC has boldly and made this program to identify the next generation researchers for in a very future-oriented approach. And let me introduce this program for you. So we have the Next Generation ACC Researcher Program. We recruit students in their master's or doctorate programs. And if they submit the research agenda for that year, those will be reviewed and the winners will be selected. And during the research period, although it's not very much, they are provided with financial support. And depending on the research project, the advisory professor or there will be one-on-one advice provided to the ACC researchers. So for those of you in the master's and doctorate program, this will be an excellent opportunity. So please do knock on the door. Now then, we will start the roundtable of ACC researchers. This session consists of 2 presentations, and after the 2 presentations, discussion will follow. So first, we will hear both of the presentations and then invite the panelists up to the stage together with the speakers for a discussion session. And each speaker has 15 minutes of presentation time. So let me introduce the 2 speakers to you and then start the first presentation. The first presentation will be made by doctorate degree, doctorate program student Sula Lee from Yangju University, with the title of The Impact of Darb Zubaida on the Pilgrimage Community Culture of West Asia. The second presentation will be made by the master's program student Seo Yun Yang at Hanyang University, and the presentation is on Wayang as a communal practice, focusing on its musical aspects. Then
I'd like to invite Sula Lee, the PhD candidate at the Department of Arabic Students at Yangju University. Please welcome her with a big hand. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sula Lee from the Department of Arabic Studies at Yangju University. Today, I'd like to talk about the impact of Darb Zubaida on the pilgrimage community culture of West Asia. Darbu in Arabic means road or way. If you look deeper, that means the way to God. And this means the road in the context of a pilgrimage. Zubaida is the name who established the way. The queen of Abbasid Caliphate. First, I'd like to talk about the importance of West Asia. Geographically, West Asia sits at the crossroads of 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. For centuries, it served as a key hub for both overland and maritime trade networks, linking major civilizations and facilitating the movement of people, goods, and ideas. And it serves as a Silk Road. And from here and here, we'd like to talk about at this session, this pilgrimage, because it covers Mecca, Medina, and the political center of Caliphate, the Abbasid Caliphate, Baghdad, Kufa, and the city of Umayyah, Damascus, Cairo, and Sana'a. As well as Jerusalem. All the key cities are covered and captured in this road or pilgrimage. All the important cities of the golden age of Islam are here, and this is the major oil sources. And this is the center of energy these days. Let me explain the origins and institutional development of the Hajj pilgrimage. Before Islam, before the rise of Islam, the Kaaba in Mecca functioned as a shrine for various polytheistic Arabian religions. Different clans of Quraysh tribe shared the authority to manage the shrine, each holding specific responsibilities related to its administration. Tabashi clan and the Maya clan. And as for the Quraysh tribe, it's the family of the Muhammad. In 630, after the conquest of Mecca, the Prophet Muhammad removed all idols from the Kaaba. The shrine was redefined as a spiritual center of a strictly monotheistic faith, Islam. This transformation marked a major shift, turning the Kaaba into the symbolic heart of the new religious community. Over time, the Hajj became formally established as one of the 5 pillars of Islam, making pilgrimage a religious obligation for Muslims who are able to perform it. Through this process, the Hajj evolved into a ritual that binds Muslims across borders, reinforcing the sense of a transnational religious community. As of last year, Hajj covers 6.7 million Muslims, so this is truly transnational. Here you can see the 5 pillars of Islam, which form the core fundamentals of a Muslim religious life. The first is Shahada, the declaration of faith. The second is Salah, daily prayer. The third is Zakat, almsgiving. The fourth is Psalm, fasting during Ramadan. And the last is Hajj, pilgrimage to Mecca. The 5th pillar, every Muslim who is physically and financially able is expected to perform the Hajj at least once in their lifetime. Together, these 5 practices form the essential framework of Islamic belief and religious duty. In West Asia, the pilgrimage routes used for the political integration. Pilgrimage routes functioned as a means for rulers to strengthen and politically unify the Islamic empire. As Muslims from different regions traveled toward the same sacred destination, the routes naturally reinforced the authority of the central state, and it also promoted cultural exchange, and it also embodied religious practice. These pilgrimage routes enabled Muslims to fulfill one of their most important religious obligations, Hajj. They provided structured pathways that ensured pilgrims could safely and systematically complete their sacred journey. As for the cultural exchange, people from various religions met, shared traditions, exchanged stories, and transmitted local knowledge, making the pilgrimage a platform for cultural circulation. As for social equality, the pilgrimage embodied the Islamic ideal of equality. Everyone wear white clothing. On the road to Mecca, distinctions of class, ethnicity, and status diminished, and Muslims experienced the unity and solidarity of the wider Islamic community. Finally, the routes became vibrant hubs of trade. Muslim merchants exchanged goods, sold products, and connected distant markets, contributing to economic vitality across regions. And this pilgrimage paved the way for well-paved roads and routes. The transportation was not really smooth, and several nations were not able to pave the road for their own commerce because they did not have a sufficient infrastructure. And in order to build roads and routes, that they would have to put in a significant fortune. They need some help for political integration. So Iraq, the center of the Abbasid Empire, was not located along the main commercial routes leading to Mecca. This meant the pilgrimage path did not naturally develop through economic activity, so deliberate management was necessary. And the distance from Iraq to Mecca was extremely long, and the journey crossed harsh desert terrain. This environmental challenge made it essential to secure safe and reliable routes for pilgrims. At the same time, there were not enough facilities to support pilgrims, such as water sources, food supplies, or shelters. The Abbasid government therefore needed to establish and maintain proper infrastructure along the route. For Abbasids, safeguarding the pilgrimage routes was crucial for reinforcing their religious authority. By ensuring that Muslims could travel safely to Mecca, they demonstrated their responsibility as leaders of the Islamic community. I'd like to talk about Zubaida, her life, and the construction of the pilgrimage road. She is the Zubaida, the remarkable Abbasid noblewoman who transformed the pilgrimage route. Zubaida was the granddaughter of the second Abbasid Caliph al-Mansur and the wife of the fifth Caliph Harun al-Rashid. During her own pilgrimage, Zubaida personally witnessed the extreme hardships and dangers that pilgrims faced on the journey to Mecca. Seeing the suffering deeply moved her, and she made a firm decision to improve the route and ensure safe passage for future pilgrims. And she is the one who built the road to Mecca. She launched one of the most ambitious infrastructure projects of the Abbasid period, a systematic renovation of the nearly 1,300-kilometer routes from Kufa to Mecca. Her project included the construction of 27 major rest stations and 54 water supply points. Her project was not a small renovation. It was one of the largest public works projects of the Abbasid period, stretching nearly 1,300 kilometers from Kufa in Iraq to Mecca. She established 54 major rest stops placed roughly every 24 kilometers, the distance a traveler could typically walk in a single day. These stations allowed pilgrims to rest safely and recover before continuing their journey. Because the route crossed harsh desert terrain, she invested heavily in water infrastructure. She built cisterns, dams, and reservoirs, securing reliable access to water across the entire path. And to support the travelers, the project included caravanserais, mosques, and even small markets where pilgrims could buy food supplies and rest their animals. Her project left a wide-ranging legacy across society, religion, culture, and the economy. Its impact expanded far beyond the physical construction of the pilgrimage route. The route strengthened ties among diverse communities, bringing together people from different religions and ethnic backgrounds. It also reinforced the sense of a shared Islamic ummah as generations continue to travel and transmit religious transmissions along the road. Overall, it contributed to stronger administrative and political cohesion across the Caliph. By improving safety and accessibility, she greatly enhanced access to the Hajj. The project also helped ease tensions among different religious groups as safer travel reduced conflict over resources and routes. And this strengthened and solidified her and her husband's political influence. Darb Zubaida became a platform for the exchange of architecture, art, literature, and music, facilitating cultural interaction throughout the Islamic world. In many ways, it expanded the reach of Islamic culture spaces, linking regions more closely than ever before. So rather than making a portrait of anyone, which can be translated or considered as an idol, she promoted, this project promoted the cultural aspects, especially the genre of architecture, art, and literature and music. And this has further expanded the Islamic culture space. And the route functioned as a branch of the Silk Road, boosting trade and the movement of goods. Local economies along the pilgrimage path became more active, generating jobs and marketplaces. The project also secured state revenue and encouraged a broader culture of charitable giving, as many individuals contributed to the maintenance of the route. Taken together, these effects show how Darb-e-Zubaydah was not only a road but a transformative force that shaped the Islamic world in lasting days. Back then, there was no division between the two main sects of Islam, according to which imam you followed. Actually, well, there could be some tension. However, sharing months of a pilgrimage among themselves promoted unity. And if you travel for months and months, in the process you would spend some money. That means you would need some traders and some peddlers as well as a marketplace. This has significantly contributed to the creation of jobs and marketplaces. So, and among the elite and noble, there was a strong movement to give away what they had. And this was actually used as a way of showcasing how wealthy and how well-off they are. And here you can see the lasting influence of Darb-e-Zubaydah and the political, religious, social, cultural, and artistic aspects. And Darb-e-Zubaydah leaves behind a rich legacy that continues to carry meaning in both historical and contemporary context. And actually, while the route also laid the foundations for long-term unity within the Islamic world by enabling larger-scale movement, communication, and mutual support, it fostered a lasting sense of interconnectedness across regions. And it was added to UNESCO's tentative World Heritage List. This recognition reaffirmed its historical, cultural, and civilization value, inviting us to rediscover the route's significance in today's world. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Ms. Lee's presentation on Darb-e-Zubaydah shows the meaning of Hajj in the Islamic world. And for Hajj, what kind of efforts have been made? Thank you.
So we'll hear from the second speaker, the master's program candidate, Seoyun Yang from the Kukak Department of Hanyang University. It's a very interesting topic. It's wayang as communal practice, focusing on its musical aspects. The floor is yours. Please welcome her with a big hand. Good afternoon. I will be presenting on wayang as communal practice, focusing on its musical aspects. I'm from Hanyang University. My name is Seoyun Yang. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present in front of such distinguished audience. Let me get started. So I think those of you probably heard at least once about wayang. And wayang is an art form where the dalang, who is a performer, projects puppets onto a white screen using lamplight, creating shadows to narrate and sing stories. It is a unified form of music, story, and performance, or synthesis of gamelan music, narrative, and puppetry. It has been inscribed as UNESCO's Intangible Cultural Heritage List in 2003. And it is being performed in various contexts these days. And today, I'd like to focus on the fact that wayang includes musical elements and make a deep dive into its musical structure and then discuss the correlation with the musicality and its role in local community formation. So as I mentioned, it is a unified art form with three interconnected elements. These components are not independently performed, and each element are mutually supplementing each other, and they create an integrated communal performance structure. And the dance includes these shadow puppetry. And second, the music is performed by the gamelan ensemble. And the storytelling consists of tales narrated by Dalang, the storyteller. And let's look at gamelan, which is the musical component of wayang. It's a type of Indonesia's traditional ensemble music. It's centered on bronze or iron percussion instruments. It's performed independently in temples or in religious rituals, rural ceremonies, and various formal events in Indonesia. But in addition, it's sometimes used as accompaniment in various Indonesian traditional arts, such as wayang and other theater. And gamelan is a key component of wayang. It shapes the dramatic flow, and it modulates the emotional tension and release and synchronizes closely with the dalang's narrative progression. And there are differences between general gamelan and the wayang gamelan, because general gamelan ensembles, they primarily focus on playing independent musical compositions, while wayang gamelan functions and is completely dependent on the narrative and the visual performance. And the biggest difference between the two is the presence of dalang. Dalang is not just a performer. The dalang is a conductor of the entire performance as well. And he will send signals to the musical players real time to make adjustments. And so the musicians are not playing according to the musical notes, but they will reflect the flow of the performance in an improvised manner. And so there is a difference between the two in the fact that wayang has the improvisational factor in it. And let me look at the musical instruments used in gamelan. There is the metallic percussions. Also, there is the wind instruments and others. There are large gongs. And there is an instrument called kembo, which is a collection of different gongs. And it is used to signal the structure or the scenery transitions. And kendang communicates cues between the dalang and then the musicians. And it controls the tempo between the gamelans and the performance. And other than that, we have kenong, ketok, and bonang. They present the melodic patterns. And we have gambang and other sarons, and they will provide pitch-based melodic lines. And we have sulung, rebab, which are string instruments, and they develop the lyrical or atmospheric melodic lines, and they create very effective, expressive atmospheres. And each of these instruments has a different role, but yet together they will be functioning as an organic collective. And they will follow the flow of the dalang's instructions. And this is an archetype of a collective or communal practice of music. And so gamelan is not just a musical background, but it plays a core intermediary role of bringing together the different elements of the wayang performance. Next is about the narratives. We have to understand the story, the narrative element as well. So the dalang functions as a narrator, and he is the key agent or actor delivering the story to the audience. And dalang will unfold the plot and yet reinvent or reinterpret it so that it matches the community's contemporary sentiments and conditions. And it's not about repeating by rote, but it is an oral performance. And in the performance, dalang will imitate different vocal styles and use satires and jokes in order to enrich the performance environment. And also, there will be dramatic expressions through contrasting and oppositional elements, such as good and the bad, and they incorporate the social issues into the narrative. And they incorporate the custom-specific issues and customs so that the audience will reinterpret these elements. And instead of listening to the original form of the legend, they will be experiencing something that is closely related to their contemporary life. Next is the puppetry. So the dalang will manipulate leather puppets behind a white cloth screen called kellier. And at the center of the stage, there is the blankong, which is an oil lamp. And the oil lamp casts the puppet shadows onto the screen. In addition to manipulating the puppets, the dalang will also tell the story. And then the gamelan musicians will create the atmosphere by playing the music. So it's a fusion of auditory and visual senses. It's a combination of narrative and music, and it offers opportunity for imagination to the audience because they will be looking at the silhouettes of the shadows and imagine. So this is when I visited Indonesia. I was able to take a video of a dalang preparing for a performance. As you can see, this is the dalang, and there is a white screen, and he's behind it. And then there is the gamelan musician ensemble. You will see them later on. So in the interest of time, I will continue with the presentation. So as you can see from the slide, behind the scene, the dalang will be performing, and then on the front side, the front of the screen, the audience will be enjoying the performance. This is the typical setup, and it is called the wayang polip. On the other hand, wayang is not fixed in one form. It comes in many different forms depending on the times, the purpose, and the context. In addition to wayang kulit that we looked at, we also have wayang golek, which uses not shadows but wooden puppets. And we also have wayang beber, which uses scroll paintings to tell the story. And wayang ong is where the human actors actually they perform the dance. And then we have a wayang topeng, which is a mask dance tradition. So it shows that wayang is constantly renewed and recreated and evolving in response to the changing times and the needs of the society. And it can be understood as a cultural practice that reinterprets traditional culture in a contemporary form. And I looked at the three different elements of wayang, and now I would like to delve into the musical aspects of wayang and talk about the communal aspects. And they use two different scales. One is slendro, the other is peleg, and this is a 5-tone scale developed around the 8th century. And each tone is divided into equal intervals, so it gives a very soft and balanced sound. And in most of the wayang use the slendro scale. On the other hand, we have the pelog scale. It was developed around the 16th century. It is 7-tone scale, and the intervals are uneven and asymmetrical, and so it is used to create a heightened tension or emotional atmosphere. And then it is used only in panji, which are more recent and newly created forms. It is a legend, and it has been recently developed into the wayang form. In other words, the traditional wayang performance usually uses slender scale, but with time, the Indonesian community came to embrace a pelog scale, and then a new type of story like panji became to be used. And this shows how the community accepted new aesthetic values as they interacted with external cultures and reestablished their identity. And I look for similar cases, and of the prior studies in 1950s in the Skarati village, there were dalang performers and the modern musicians who recreated and modified the music into a more complex type. And going forward, this was combined into a unique format, and it's called wayang sukawati. so the community did not shut themselves into differences and variations, but they embraced them instead as forms of diversity. And so now we are seeing the Pelok scale incorporated into the tradition of slender scale, and Wayang in the modern days developed their own unique form, and it shows that the community absorbed the musical values, new aesthetic values, and they expanded their sense of collective identity. So it shows a tendency to embrace difference and variation, and it shows that Wayang reflects the change in the community, and it is a living venue of practice. And next, I'd like to look at the current movements of expanding the Wayang's community, because Wayang is now being transformed and reborn into new forms, keeping step with the changing global environment and the local community. And in addition, the central narrative to Wayang is reflected in and visually embodied into various everyday life objects such as hats, vases, and water jugs. And it shows that the community has a cultural attitude of incorporating their culture into various aspects of daily life. So it is not a fixed culture, but it is a living communal practice that continues to be renewed and reconfigured depending on the needs of the times, and it is a fluid entity. And so this study regarded Wayang as a communal practice and is not limited to a tradition. And I tried to analyze the interrelationship between the functions of the gamelan instruments and the dalang's performance. And the dalang and the audience will co-create a collective experience through this interaction, and that is the communal musical aspect of Wayang. And by examining the cases of the Slendro and Pelok scales and the case of Sukawati Wayang, we observed that Wayang serves as a space where shifts in communal identity and aesthetics are expressed. And the Wayang narratives have expanded into everyday objects, and it becomes a new channel for communities to interact with the world. And so it is a venue, a field for a cultural practice, and I think we need to go beyond simply understanding Indonesia's traditional culture, because it is a case of communal practice that threads the world and the local identity. Thank you very much for your attention. Please give her a big hand.
네, 와양을
So the topic was Wayang. And I believe that ACC, compared to other local cultural institutions in Korea, can be proud of possessing more Wayang-related objects, if I do say so myself. And so if you are interested in Indonesia's Wayang, please do knock on the door of ACC. I believe that will be well advised. Next, we're going to rearrange the stage for discussion. Please bear with me. And we'll be starting the discussion shortly.
좌석 세팅이 거의
I believe we are almost ready to move ahead with the discussion. I'd like to invite Ms. Lee, Ms. Yang, our two presenters, and I would like to invite Professor Chang-Gyu Lee of ITB Faculty of Art and Design. I am one of the panelists here, although I'm a moderator, so I will join the panel as well as the presenters for this discussion.
네.
Thank you. It's all familiar faces actually on the stage, because it's been 6 months since we've worked on the research project, and we had 3 different sessions of one-on-one consultation. That's why I can tell you all familiar faces to me. Before we begin the discussions, I would like to share with you one great news. Sura Lee, her paper is actually confirmed to be posted in the Korea Islam Academic Journal. Congratulations. Let us begin our discussion. As for Ms. Lee's presentation, I am the designated panelist. As I listened to her presentation, I came to realize that all the areas I asked for clarification have been successfully addressed. And since it has been finalized and confirmed that her paper will be included in the academic journal, there is no need for me to add any additional point. But nevertheless, for the sake of further improvement and refinement, I would like to make some points. Islamic Hajj, I think this is something you might have seen through photos, and you might have been wondering what that means. As mentioned by Surari, this religious ritual of Hajj was well established way before the time of Islam, and Kaaba was actually a shrine for various idols for the Arab world even before the day of Islam. And the pilgrimage road, actually the road was the road for traders, and that was the road for the Islam's dominance of the world or conquest of the world. Then was it quite difficult and tough for those who are in Iraq to go to Mecca? Because with the emergence of Islam and in the Arabian Peninsula, when Islam was strongly established, the Mesopotamia was ruled by Sasanian Empire, and another part was ruled by Byzantine Empire, and they waged a war against each other for over 200 to 300 years, and Mecca was the stopover for most of the traders. And because of the fierce war, they didn't have time to advance into Iraq, the desert area. So most of the traders merchants and traveled to other parts, not Iraq. After the collapse of the Atlantic Caliphate, Damascus, Syria served as the capital. With the Niger's emergence, the Baghdad of Iraq emerged as the capital of the Islamic faith. The route from Iraq to Mecca had been quite tough and dangerous. Then Harun al-Rashid, the fifth caliph of Abbasid Caliphate, and his wife was the one who developed and reorganized the pilgrimage route covering 1,300 kilometers. It took such a while for her to build and reorganize the road. My question is, it took for her to create this and maintain the road, it took 5 to 6 months. And why did it take that long? And as you explained in your presentation, in Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Arabian portion of Dar Zubaydah was added to the cultural heritage of UNESCO. And as for the Iraqi portion, due to the political instability, it is hard for us to get access to that part of the road. And the Iraqi government does not have the financial, economic, or social capacity to restore the Iraqi portion of the road. So I believe it will take a while. But as for Saudi, they are pushing forward for the restoration of the pilgrimage route. So as for the Saudi portion, it is highly likely that we will soon see the restoration of this route. The actual investment is in progress. Then down the road, I'd like to know more about this pilgrimage route impact on the day-to-day lives. If you are to take this research further, how would you collect resources and what kind of activities are you going to do?
So we will have the discussion first and then hear from the presenters next. So I have three brief questions to the speaker. The first one is the definition of communal practice. So in the paper, there's the mention of community or communal practice. And so I keep seeing the community-related terminologies. But in the process of developing this paper or research, what is your definition of communal practice? It will be helpful if you can provide a more detailed clarification. Second, there were many different prior studies of wayang, and there must have been reason why you selected wayang as your topic. But this is related to your major, music. And it was very interesting to connect the scales and then the cent unit presentations. Those were particularly interesting, and it demonstrates notable originality in your approach. But there are pros and cons to taking this kind of analytical approach. And so what is your view as a scholar? And lastly, this is a question for future expansion of your study. So ACC has Indonesians' archival objects, quite an extensive number. So for a person such as myself, who is a specialist in Indonesian studies, it's very interesting. So these objects were taken out of Indonesia during the colonial rule, but then they never got to return home, and they were lost, if you will. And the ACC has embraced them and are housing them. And so they are like these ghosts that are not finding their way back home. And I thought that you found a purpose for them by taking them out of the storage. It's more of a demonstration of the intricate relationship between humans and objects. So is there any potential for future studies in this context?
Then I'd like to turn to Sla Lee first for her comment. So the restoration of the route spanning 1,300 kilometers took 5 to 6 months, or why that long? My understanding is that the route was used not by several individuals, but it was a collective pilgrimage. The group of merchants, the group of believers, Muslims. There were marketplaces here and there along the route until the complete restoration of the route. Well, the pilgrimage groups needed to move along with those who will help them in the way, those who go and fetch the water, and those who would cook for them. So one hajj would take at least 5 to 6 months, and there were tough and difficult natural environments, water shortage, food shortage, and the risk of epidemic as well. Those challenges they had to overcome. And some extremists, so to say, they also pose some threat to the pilgrimage community. That is why those pilgrimage groups or community needed some soldiers to protect them against those threats. That is why I believe it took 5 to 6 months. And as for my research going forward, I'd like to focus more on 54 water facilities or cisterns of Darvazuvida, which are all actually in ruins. And as for 24 marketplaces, most of them are gone, but subscale marketplaces or villages still continue today, and even some of them have grown into large-scale marketplace or cities. And I'd like to focus my research on those cities and marketplaces, and I would like to conduct some comparative cultural research on those marketplaces and cities. We have different modes of transportation these days, such as aviation and automobiles. But I would like to follow the path of all the stations in my future research. That means you'd have to do a lot of field research.
Yes, Ms. Yang. So let me address the first question. I thought about the definition of communal practice, and if you look at my paper, I do define it. It is a cultural and social quality collectively created, enjoyed, and transmitted through shared values and meanings among members of a local community. That is the definition of a community or communal practice in my paper. But when I started this study, I first turned to the musical dimensions and then tried to connect this to the communal practice. And one of the methodologies I applied was to take this music sociology kind of view or ethnomusicology. And then in that context, gamelan within wayang is not about performing music as they are on the notes, but there is a communication of listening to the music and then responding to the dalang's cues. And so it was just performance of the musical, and the focus was on the musicians and the musical ensemble. But then the study scope expanded to the practitioners of such music. So I think in that regard, that was how I interpreted the communal practice in the context of wayang. And for your second question, as you mentioned, I took a musical approach in my analysis. This is largely due to the fact that I specialize in kugak, the traditional Korean music. And when I first encountered wayang, I thought this is very similar to pansori of Korea, and I thought comparative analysis would be valuable. But then I realized the value or the appeal of wayang, and then turned my study to looking at wayang alone. And I took the sense-based analysis, and this is not my own methodology. This is an established analytical methodology used in ethnomusicology. So there are 12.5 tones in one scale from do to do sharp, and that will be 100. And then dividing it into cents, there will be 1,200 cents. Then between do and do sharp, there will be 100 different micro tones. And when you meet with non-Western music, it's possible to analyze these nuanced differences in the musical tones, which is why I selected this methodology. But I did find that there's room for improvement, and as you rightly pointed out, it will be difficult to interpret non-Western music from a Western theory-based framework. I think that's a very dangerous approach. And so I try to I use the plus and minus notations in order to differentiate that in my paper, but then I would like to, in the future, study more about a better way of representing or noting the non-Western music scales. And actually, the reason why I started this study is that I had the fortune of traveling to Indonesia, meeting wayang firsthand, and I took short videos, and I thought that I would use those videos, but they did not really work well just based on the videos. And then the curators from ACC gave me a lot of support, and they helped me look at the catalogs from past exhibitions that included wayang-related objects. And so I really want to extend my appreciation to the curators at ACC for so much support. Thanks to your support, I was able to achieve this result. And if possible, as you mentioned, because ACC has richer archive, I would like to delve deeper and do more research.
문화 연구의
So they are the future of Asian cultural study. Why don't we give them another big hand? We still have some time to address questions from the floor. Any questions or comment from the floor would be welcome. Please raise your hand if you have a question.
자, 네, 여기 마이크 좀 전달해 드리면 고맙겠습니다. 어떤 분한테 질문을 할 거?
So please clarify to whom you are asking the question. Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is to Ms. Yang.
So you talked about the communal practices of Indonesia's wayang, and that was really interesting for me. So I'm dedicated to the intangible cultural heritage sector, and when you talk about the communal practice, it's more about the local communities defining what their cultural heritage is and what kind of importance or relevance they place on those heritage within their community. So from your point of view, what is the relevance of wayang to the local communities in Indonesia, or how much or frequently are Indonesian people engaged with the intangible cultural heritage of wayang? Because when we say local practice or local communal practice or community, it's not just about the practitioners, but I think you're including the audience as well who are enjoying the performance. So within Indonesia, it could be do you think all Indonesian people are engaged with wayang every now and then? And that is a very good question. So within the scope that I define, I'm also including not just the practitioners, but the audience as well. And it's an art form that should be enjoyed in addition to being practiced. And during the traditional seasonal customs, we have the traditional Korean percussion band. And Korean people, even if they're not acquainted with the musicians or the performers, they feel a sense of connection when they hear the music. So I think that will be a similar situation between wayang and the Indonesian people. When I looked at prior studies, wayang is performed at festivals or ritualistic ceremonies. And so every year, wayang is performed in those collective gatherings, and many people will come, and it remains an art form that can be enjoyed by any and everyone. So I think this is an art form that anybody, even the passerby, can engage in. Thank you very much.
One more question from the floor. Any question or comment, please raise your hand. Then we will hand over the microphone.
없으세요?
No question from the floor? Yes, Professor Seoul.
간단하게 질문해 주십시오.
My question would be quite simple. I'm Seol Gyuhan from National Jeonnam University. My question is to Ms. Surali. Whether it's Dubai or even Batuta, as you introduce this essay on travel, my understanding is that you are linking that to the pilgrimage. Well, the pattern in the travel essay and the pattern of pilgrimage as you did your field work, well, actually, I expected some actual cases or case studies, whether it's an experience shown in Traveler's Journal or any experiences in any traveler's note. What would be the differences and the similarities between the two, between the pilgrimage and the traveler's note? well, I really wanted to make it very much alive and vivid. But in order for me to embark on the pilgrimage, I should become a Muslim. That is why I was not able to take photos of the actual pilgrimage. I should have included more images or photos based on my web search. As for Ibn Battuta or Mekong Acts, the focus is more on equality. And the mentioning of Ibn Battuta and Mekong Acts is because of the stress equality. And as for Ibn Battuta, the highlight is on the months and months of preparation, thorough preparation for the pilgrimage, and this shows how tough the pilgrimage was. I hope that answered the question. Then it is time for us to conclude today's program. In this ACC Researchers Program, we have another participant, Dr. Lee, who is the presenter at the session 3. She was one of the ACC researchers, and she is also the future and the possibility for the ACC research project. I'd like to ask for your continued interest in ACC researcher program. And with that, we would like to conclude session 5. Once again, I'd like to thank our presenters and panelists for their hard work and dedication. We will soon conclude today's program with a closing ceremony. The closing ceremony will be very brief, so please stay with us till the end of today's program. Thank you.
예, 이쪽에서. 어디? 어디 저기세요? 저기 마이크가 설치되어 있는데. 여기서.
We would now like to start the closing ceremony, and we will have a closing remarks. And it will be myself, and I will be delivering a brief closing remarks, and that will conclude our 2-day program of the 2025 ACC International Conference. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the National Asian Cultural Center, and the ACC needs to host more Asian studies related activities, but the only event is the 2-day program of the International Conference on Asian Culture Studies. And we heard from a number of speakers and panelists over the last 2 days. And for me, I believe that this was a great success, and we all had a very constructive and productive experience, and we were able to come away with significant outcomes. The major theme of this conference is Everyday Life Culture in Asia. And building on this overarching theme, we investigated into the domestic cases and overseas cases. We had presentations from Korean scholars and foreign scholars. There were some academic papers and other practical papers. I did some math, and we have 8 speakers from abroad, and we had 31 speakers/panelists from Korea. So it was quite a large scale in terms of the attendance. So I would like to send my deep gratitude to all speakers and panelists. I believe it was Mr. Ikra earlier who asked a question and about the decision-making process for the research and the exhibitions. And Director Konuk Lee gave a brief answer to your question, but I would like to go over the decision-making process of exhibition and research at ACC. So at the Investigation and Research Department, they will conduct the research, they will collect the data, analyze the data, and based on that, we will develop content. And building on that content, we will develop storytelling. And then we will hand over the storytelling to the production team, and they will try to identify the topics for performance and the exhibitions. That's how that's the process of start the process from the research to the exhibition or the performance. And so the topic is the sustainable development of communities and the creation of contemporary values. And the papers and the discussion papers are like the driving forces for further developing and fueling the growth and evolvement of ACC. And we look forward to your continued interest and support. And I believe that makes us anticipate about the great future for ACC. So we have a lot of different organizations, institutions represented at this conference. We have the Central Asian Studies Association of Korea. The president of the association was with us. And we have ICCAP. They provide us with a lot of support. The Seoul Museum of History, indeed, gave us a lot of support. These were very valuable assets, and I believe that we really appreciate the support. And I would like to thank everyone, all the staff and our technicians, engineers who helped us make this conference a great success. So let's express our gratitude to them with a big hand. And last but not least, Director Konuk Lee said this earlier. The core of museum is research. So the core of museum related to arts and culture is research, and diversity is cultural diversity is related to crossbreeding, and I could really relate to it. So the power of Korean culture, K-culture, I think comes from the potentials of these different cultural institutions. And once again, I would like to congratulate ACC on its 10th anniversary and thank everyone who was involved in making this international conference possible. So thank you to everyone at ACC. Do we have the Director General here with us? Yes. So let's give him a big hand as a token of our appreciation. And last, I'd like to thank our researchers, curators at the research team for all their hard work. They are standing in the back. We have Curator Han and others. So let's give them also another big hand of applause. So the power of K-culture and for the future evolvement and success of ACC. We look forward to your continued support and interest. And next year, we hope to see you again. With that, I would like to conclude my closing speech. Thank you very much indeed for staying with us till the very end.
자, 기념 촬영이 있겠습니다.
We will have a commemorative photo. I'd like to invite everyone onto the stage. Thank you very much. Please join us in this group photo. Thank you.